Extended on scene, no need for status. County direct. Index air call 11 will be a 10 to 15-minute time delay. No further information. Is there 804 trigger machine for time time? I'm getting a call from Matt right now. Hey, can I put you on speakerphone so you could talk to the... All right, give me a second. All right, guys, we have Matt here.
Yo, so, I mean, listening to police scanners, you guys probably have. They heard he was going up north. We actually just had a neighbor confirmed sighting of him running up. So
You heard that? There's a confirmed sighting.
And not just by them, but also by police. So it started off with that initial one along Lenape Road at 1875. That was the tip they got. They respond to it. They had another officer have a sighting of him, and he's heading back north. And now one of our neighbors spotted him, and they just told everybody to. So the email was, he was from one of ours. He was at our home, which backs up to our cul-de-sac at the end of Water Glen Drive, and is running towards Water Glen. Police said to watch your cameras and be prepared to call 911.
You guys heard that? Police said to watch your cameras and be prepared to call 911.
So he's, and this was sent out like 2 minutes ago. So they have spotted him. Neighbors have spotted him, and police activity is going to grow here again. So he's back in our neighborhood. So he is within the perimeter. They have visuals from like 4 different people spotting him. That's a bit too much to be a false sighting at this point.
Okay, and you guys heard that. So Matt lives in the neighborhood. He was here earlier. For those of you that are just joining us, there is a very likely sighting of the suspect in the perimeter, again at Water Glen Drive.
So everybody in the neighborhood right now is on high alert. We're just probably going to get a call really soon, I'd imagine. I'm surprised we have not already. You know, we were about to cook dinner outside, but on our deck, but we're stopping that right now. And so.
Sounds good. Give me a call if you hear anything so we can update everybody.
Yeah.
Give me a call, okay?
Your best bet right now will be the police scanner, though.
Yes, we have that up. Sounds good. Thank you, Matt.
Yep, that's the update right now.
Cool. I'll talk to you.
Yep.
All right, guys. So you heard that. That's a resident who just confirmed. 1 second. So I don't think they're letting neighbors in now. As you guys can see, this neighbor doesn't look like they're being let in. Here come undercover. This is a U.S. Marshal coming down the road, I believe. No, that's the state police. You guys see this. The state police are now, they are swarming this area. Swarming it. This is a very possible sighting of the suspect. He's been on the run since Thursday. He broke out of Chester County Prison sometime between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning. He's wanted for murder in 2 countries. He's been convicted of murder in Pennsylvania. So what we have so far is that somebody called 911 while we were on the live stream. We played the police communication. They saw a man running through the woods in the perimeter. Police then asked, "Is there anybody at post number 7?" Post number 7. Nobody responded. So at that point, post number 8 and other authorities descended on the area. Within 4 minutes, the Pennsylvania State Police helicopter arrived on scene and is circling the area. There was uh, police cars with lights and sirens flying by, as you guys saw. There were U.S. Marshals, there were 2 federal agents, um, multiple Pennsylvania State Police troopers. The scene is very active, and this is as close to it as you can get on the ground. Right now, about a quarter mile behind me is where the other media are stationed. So they are only seeing the police cars enter the area, but they are not at the perimeter. This is the only shot of the perimeter as far as I'm concerned, and we are the only ones here. So there's no other angle that we can get. So we don't have any update yet. So the helicopter is making evasive maneuvers, sort of the way it's turning back towards the area on and off. The chopper is up. So the latest development, once again, guys. 1 second, we have another update.
We want to cover everything between Water Glen and Dallin Tree. The residences that face that 1795 Lenape Road, troopers need to get to the rear of the houses. At the residence, though, do not go into the woods and hold that perimeter.
Hold the perimeter. So right now, for those of you that are just joining us, there was a 911 call that just came in about 15 minutes ago, maybe a little bit more. What happened is a neighbor saw a man running through the woods in the perimeter. Police then asked, "Is anybody at post number 7?" Maybe it was a state police officer. Maybe it was a marshal that was running through the woods. Nobody responded. That was a replay. That's why it was delayed. So nobody responded. At that point, officers descended on the area. Within 4 minutes, the state police helicopter was deployed from the new command center and brought here to Lenape Road. 1875 Lenape Road was the sighting, and now they are all over Water Glen once again. So the suspect is believed to be there. And this is, I believe it was 4 neighbors, according to Matt, who lives there. And it was also a state police officer. Here come more with lights and sirens, guys. Watch out.
Careful, right when you turn on the Parkerville, when you make that right turn around the barricade, there's a bunch of civilians standing there. They're safe, but
Hold on, guys. Here we go. Jesus. Okay. So they are taking this very seriously. This is not your average tip. They saw something. Something is developing right now. This is the most activity we've seen since we started covering this on Friday. We have not seen police flying like this with their lights and sirens. Keep in mind, I told you, they don't want to be noticed. They don't want to be seen. They don't want to be heard. For them to have their sirens on, that means they don't give a damn right now because they know he is in that area. So they're not worried about scaring him. They have the area surrounded. As you guys heard Matt earlier, there are police everywhere in his neighborhood. The suspect is definitely being cornered in somewhere right now. We have additional units coming up this road. 12 more vehicles are on the way. I'm hearing 12 more vehicles are about to pass us. So that's a resident. He's being told something, probably 12 additional, and that's just from our end. There are multiple points of entry. So, all right, guys, the helicopter is very active. It's pit maneuvering. It looks like this trooper's being a little bit more cautious with cars that are coming out. I heard on the radio that another this trooper right here, he's a sergeant. He's a high-ranking official with the Pennsylvania State Police. He put through the scanner that there is a crew here. He was referring to us, just alerting them in case there is friendly fire or something pops off. I'm sure he'll tell us to get down or move. But right now, the scene is very active. No, trooper. It does appear trooper saw him. And this is live right now, guys. It's 6:49 Eastern time. So they're breaking up the units. They are now scouring the areas.
First 6 are going to take balance tree, the remainder take water blank.
First 6 are to take. Let's play that again.
To units on 52. First 6 are going to take balance tree, the remainder take water blank.
You guys hear that? So they are actively preparing for something to go down.
Oh, it was advised the front doors open. Nothing else suspicious seen. They're going to continue on. They're available via phone call. Yeah. I won't balance tree, just clear the house for a request. Do you need me to do anything? Just hold my spot.
That's not related. So, as far as we know, the latest update is going to be. We just got something. Let me see what this is.
Avenue 25. I just wonder if right, I got nothing showing.
That's another call that they have nothing showing. That's why I don't like to keep the scanner close to you guys, because it's confusing. I'm only going to bring the scanner when it's a call related to this. This one must be related. This looks like a
1035 balance tree. Homeowner reports 10-minute time delay. Sounded like an individual in the woods heading north towards Water Glen from this address.
There's another tip from another neighbor. This is the 5th neighbor, and there is 1 state trooper and 5 neighbors who have called. That's 5 neighbors and 1 state trooper. You guys saw them coming with lights and sirens.
Balance tree headed towards Water Glen. 1035.
So you guys saw the sirens. You saw the police. They didn't use their sirens this entire time that we've been live since Friday. Okay, here come the 12 police cars right now, guys. Here come the 12 police cars. Here come everybody. So they're heading down. You guys see, so when it's quiet, you cannot underestimate the Pennsylvania State Police. They are good at being quiet because we didn't see these guys parked. So when they are quiet, that doesn't mean they're not active. They're very active. They're quiet on purpose. The helicopter got here in a matter of minutes from the new command center. So when you take into account how long it takes to get ready and get on a helicopter, it would be at least 2 minutes. And then it took them another 2 minutes to get here. So the helicopter doesn't respond for some simple sighting. There is something going on that is making them believe they have him once again at the same location that they saw him yesterday. This is the same location, and this is as close as we can get. Actually, the news is a quarter mile behind us. They're not allowed to get closer.
No more cars to Water Glen, so everything to Balance Tree.
They want no more cars to Water Glen. They want them to go to Ballard Tree, I believe. Allen Tree.
1694.
So they are now switching their strategy. Now, keep in mind, a lot of this stuff isn't going to come through the scanner. Did you get any texts from my buddy? No. Okay, so my law enforcement source, it looks like his phone is off, which means that he is geared up and going into the woods. I told you guys earlier that my source isn't somebody that's going to be going to sightings. He's somebody that goes there when they're ready to lock somebody up or shoot somebody. So for him to be going to the scene, that means that they have something very, very, very possibly they might have the suspect. He doesn't go to just a 911 call. This guy only goes when they are ready to go in with tactical gear. So that essentially that means that the federal agents are gearing up and they're coming down with tactical gear. Now, this is the most activity we've seen since Friday. There hasn't been anything close to this. This many police cars coming down. The roads are all shut down. So as you can see that there are no other media outlets here. They're a quarter mile behind us at the roundabout because the road is closed. We are the only ones that are here. This is as close as you can get to the perimeter. Seven probably came from this way and another however many. So you have to remember there are a lot of roads. If you check the map, you'll see the different roads. So this street right here is here come. It looks like a resident that's been told to turn around. That looks like the same resident that pulled in earlier, and I guess he couldn't get through. So now they're obviously going to search his trunk. Now the officer here, the sergeant, he informed the state police and all responding officers that are coming to be careful when they come around the bend. Now this is what I mean when I say the bend. Our car is parked right. So the bend is up there. If they come speeding down, they don't want to rear end, obviously, the car. So the state police here notified them, proceed with caution because there is a crew here that is filming. They don't, that way they don't rear end us by accident. As you guys saw, some of these cars were going easily 50 or 60 miles an hour. We can't, that's the thing. So there's nowhere really to go. It's a very steep hill. And this is where they asked us to park so we wouldn't interfere with any traffic. We're not in the road. As you guys can see, the white line right there, we're inside of the white line. Like we're in the white line. So there's plenty of space to go around. And we don't want to make any moves right now that the scene is active. And if they ask, obviously we will. So these look like either, yeah, these are maybe residents. And this is somebody's property. So I'm not sure if the homeowner would want us to pull down the grass. And in order for us to get on the grass, we would have to go up around. It's just, if they want us to move, we will, but we're not in the road, just so you guys know. Like we're inside of the white line. So there's plenty of space. Yeah, there's a sighting. For those of you that are just joining us, somebody called 911 and they reported seeing a man running through the woods in shorts. The dispatcher then asked, is anybody at post number 7? Do we have any state troopers at post number 7? There was no response. They asked repeatedly, again, no response. So somebody from post number 8 and other units responded. When they arrived, they asked for additional units. Units were there within seconds, and the helicopter made it here within 4 minutes. So here's something from the police radio that just came in.
Units that's behind 1698 Ballantree. Did you stretch out to the cul-de-sac on the other side yet? code. I'll be in touch real quick.
So they're being very quiet. Something about a backyard. It was.
Donahue units at 1698 Water Glen. Did you stretch out to the cul-de-sac of Water Glen? I'm sure I would advise you. We'll stretch out from the houses down from the farm. Yeah, 4744. 12. You need to be stretched out towards 1662 Water Glen. From 1698 to 1662 Water Glen.
So again, guys, this is the most movement we've seen since the outset. We haven't seen this much movement, even with I mean, with an exception of yesterday where there were ATVs and everything. This is as close to that as it's going to get, if not more intense. All right, guys. So the helicopters are still circling. Officials are gearing up, and they are stretching through the perimeter. The suspect is still believed to be in the perimeter, as we said earlier, and now this solidifies that. You have 5 neighbors that called 911. They reported seeing an individual who matches his description. Apparently, a state trooper saw him, which also adds to solidifying the the tip. And through these trees, you guys can see police lights. I don't know if you can see it. Let me see if I can get an angle. So it's not that visible. There are police lights right around this bend, right around this like right over there. There's a police car lit up. It looks like a state trooper. Here come undercovers. From behind me is an undercover Nissan. Wow. Okay. So that's a police officer. The front of it was all lit up. It had lights, police lights in front, in the windshield. I don't know what department uses those, but that was an undercover Nissan that just drove by. Again, so guys, I'm at Parkerville Road and Lenape Road, which is about a 10-minute walk to the development. It's as close as you can get. The time right now is, what time is it? 7:04 Eastern time. So this is as close as you can get. There's fluid activity going on right now. They believe they have somebody that matches the description back at the development where they saw him yesterday. Do you want to text Matt? So we're reaching out to Matt to see if there's any update worth calling. He's actually on here. Matt, is there any update worth calling you for to get you back on, or is it the same as it was a couple of minutes ago? Matt, if there's an update, do you want to call and let us know? Feel free to call. We'll put you back on. Yeah. So channel 6 is above us. I believe that's channel 6. Which, as we said yesterday, authorities were saying that it interfered by having the media. At this point, I don't think they care. You guys might watch an execution on live television. They want to get this guy. So at this point, um, everything's on the table. So as we said, here's an update.
Okay, just so you know, we're trying to get a line of blockers from 1698 Water Glen. It'd be a southwest direction towards the end of the cul-de-sac at 1662 Water Glen. And then from there, we're trying to get another line of blockers down to 1030.
So they are getting additional units there. They want to go on foot more. They want more boots on the ground. Again, like I told you guys, the source that I have with law enforcement, he doesn't show up unless they're gearing up to go in. He's one of the tactical guys. So his phone is off. When I try to call him, his phone is off. It was on right after the 911 call came in. I called him. His phone was on. He said, I have to go. That was all I got from him. At that point, I texted him. His phone is now off, which means that he is on his way to the location. So the tactical teams are on their way if they are not there already. He was posted at the command center. It takes a couple of minutes to get here using lights and sirens. No, this officer does not have his gun out, and it's a sergeant. They were waiting for this to happen. Remember, I told you guys that they are very quiet. You saw firsthand how quiet they are. They were able to hide out in the area and then out of nowhere swarm it within minutes. And we're talking on the ground and in the air. So it doesn't matter when it's quiet. It goes from 0 to 100 very quick. If something happens, these guys are here within seconds or minutes. And they have posts set up all around the perimeter. There is nowhere for him to escape without being seen by a state trooper. You got that already. CERT is coming, guys. CERT. So that is the tactical team. They are on their way. CERT is on their way to the location. They are preparing, which means they are arming up. They're putting their vests on. They're grabbing their rifles. They are on their way down. So I wouldn't be surprised if a helicopter lands at the roundabout area, which is where the nursing home is. If he runs by me, I mean, that would be great. That'll be great footage. I highly doubt he's armed, and if he is, I'll hit him with the. I have a tripod here that weighs like 40 pounds. I'm not concerned, and there's a trooper. So he is definitely in the vicinity, and he's in the perimeter, which is what the police have been saying and what I have been emphasizing. They would not have a perimeter like this set if they thought he was not here. This is a major perimeter for them to waste their resources. They knew he was here, and you're watching it unfold live where they believe they have him once again at the same location as last night or yesterday. I'm sorry, not last night, yesterday afternoon. So I'm at the intersection of Parkerville and Lenape. If you guys go on Google Maps, it's Parkerville and Lenape. It's the first left on Lenape Road after the roundabout. So here we have, this is a U.S. Marshal who's coming in a pickup truck. The Marshals have been using this. So that's a Marshal that just drove by. The U.S. Marshals have been driving pickup trucks, Jeeps, and some of them have. It was a pickup truck, Jeep, and I believe Taurus, but it's an older model Taurus. The Marshalls. I'm after the loop on Lenape Road, and the news helicopters are above us right now. You're going to see them in a second. That's a news helicopter, guys. Now you can hear how quiet it gets all of a sudden. Meanwhile, there are hundreds of officers on the ground and making moves. Even though it sounds quiet, it's very, very active. All right, guys. So there's neighbors that live in the area that are actually grouped up right before the bend behind us, about maybe half a football field away. It sounds like they're also calling for EMS to stage, and the canines are on location. No, not. I'm not going to interview anybody right now, given the fact that anything can pop off any minute. I don't want to. That's the U.S. Marshals going. Did the message say? Okay, so yeah, my source's phone is still off. I'm working to text somebody else that is less of a rank than him, somebody that wouldn't be going into the woods. I'm texting another officer to see if I can get answers from him. My initial source is obviously busy right now in the woods, so I can't get a hold of him. We can't say anything is confirmed at this point, but what we can say is for it to go from 0 to 100 this quick throughout the day, you guys heard a ton of tips come through. This is the only tip that came through that warranted a response like this. So for those of you that are just joining us, a tip came stream. Um, a neighbor reported seeing an individual running through the woods. The individual was wearing shorts in the area of Lenape Road. I believe it was 1875 Lenape Road, which isn't too far from us. We're on Lenape Road. The dispatching command center then asked, is there anybody at post number 7? Is there anybody at post number 7? Nobody responded. From there, post number 8 responded, and they brought another post with them. When they arrived, they called for additional units, and within minutes, it was flooded with law enforcement, and the helicopter was here within 4 minutes. Here come more. So there's another U.S. Marshal coming behind us with a state trooper following. So the trooper is passing right there, and it's a false alarm for the marshal. I don't know who this is, but somebody just parked behind us. Now here come more. There's a motorcade again coming of state police. Ready? Any second, right here, guys. Here are the state police. They're back. More of them. So you guys see this. So this is live right now. We're on Lenape Road and Parkville Road. So that black car has U.S. government plates. So that's a federal agent. Most action that we've had since the investigation began for the escaped murderer who's been on the loose now for 5 days. Water Glen Drive is about a couple of miles, I want to say, from the prison, maybe under 2 miles. I am exactly 1 mile away from the prison, which is 1 mile behind us. So to put it in perspective, it's going like behind us. 1 mile is the prison. Dogs are out. They are out. There are canines out. Yes, Matt lives there. He actually joined the stream and he spoke to everybody earlier. He has no update other than what he gave, and I'm not going to get him to give the same one. You guys, but Matt said that several neighbors reported seeing Danelo in the community, and also a state trooper saw somebody who matches his identity in that area. So they are descending rather quickly on the area, and the perimeter has been very active since the start. It looked quiet, but it's far from quiet. As you guys saw live, when the call came in, within minutes, this place was flooded with law enforcement, including the helicopter that got here in about 2 minutes, because it took 2 minutes to get ready and 2 minutes to fly here. So it was a 4 minute ETA for them, and they're over us right now. They've been here for quite some time since this started, since the tip came in. So Matt says he saw troopers racing up the street and getting out with rifles drawn. So they are very active over there. The troopers got out and they have their rifles in on Water Glen. That's coming from Matt, who lives on Water Glen, and he was here earlier to speak with you guys. He answered a lot of questions about how residents are feeling and the stress and the um, nerve wracking situation of living in the area when there's an active manhunt for a murderer. Shortly after he left, the call came in. All right, guys. So we are still live at the scene. This is as close as you can get to the location. It's actually so close that the state police sergeant right over here, this sergeant, had to go on the radio and let responding officers know to use caution when coming around the bend, because there is a vehicle parked on the side of the road. So he was alerting them to slow it down so that way around the bend. That shows how close we are to the perimeter. And he also mentioned if there's any concern for us, and they said no, we're fine. So I don't have the scanner link. Somebody can put it in the chat. So the situation went from 0 to 100 very quick. This is probably the fastest response we've seen on camera, at least since it started. Yeah, there's audio. If you guys can't hear it, just tell them to refresh the page. I have the scanner, my colleague does, but the problem is there's a lot of other incidents that are going on, and I don't want to hear somebody's in custody when it's a DUI, for example. It's just mixing everybody up. As soon as something comes up about this search, he's right behind me, so he comes over, taps my shoulder, and we play it for you guys, because we don't want to just have the audio playing when it might have nothing to do with this. Out of 10 dispatchers, 3 of them have something to do with this. Here come a lot. Okay, you guys see this now. There's a lot of movement. So here's two more state troopers that are coming up from this road, and they're going to head up towards Water Glen. Water Glen is up that where that trooper is going. That is toward Water Glen. And they're flooring it. So something is definitely going on. The tip might have panned out. We're going to find out more soon. And this is day 5 of the escape. No, this is as close as I can get. Actually, this is a courtesy how close they let us. The other media, they're about a quarter mile or a half a mile behind us. So they can't go by that barrier. The road is closed where the other media is stationed. Now, this could be another marshal coming in a truck. It could be. I'm not sure. No, it's not. If they stop, it's not a marshal, most likely. Okay, it is. He showed him his badge. So that's another marshal going. That's a U.S. marshal that just drove. He showed his badge to the officer. See, the thing is, these federal agents, they don't have vehicles that say U.S. Marshals. They're mostly in pickup trucks, off-road vehicles, Jeeps, and stuff like that. So far, everybody that's crossed through is law enforcement. You saw a couple cars turn around. They're not letting people in unless you're law enforcement right now. Yeah, this is as close as we can get, guys. The situation is obviously extremely dangerous, and there's no way they will let us any closer. In fact, the media is about half a mile behind us. So we're waiting for updates. So my second source says yes, pushing the area now. My first source is a tactical officer, so he does not have the ability to text me. This is coming from another source who says they are sweeping the area now. Or let me reread that. What is it? Sweeping or pushing? We are pushing the area now. Pushing the area now. So he's on. I have two law enforcement officers on location. One is in the woods doing the push, and one is in the area of the push. The one in the area of the push is able to text. The other one is not able to talk for obvious reasons. So, guys, this is actually becoming very fluid. Um, for my first source to be on the ground, that's very significant. He's not just an average officer. So, for him to be on the ground, they are prepared to apprehend somebody. Uh, he was not on the ground yesterday, but he's on the ground right now, which is major given the circumstances of his job and his duties, which is primarily to cuff the individual and apprehend him. That's not something that the local police are trained for, and that's something for the CERT teams and the marshals and the federal agents, which the CERT team consists of several state police officers too. They have to be trained to be a CERT member. Now there are sirens in every direction coming from behind me to the left and behind me to the right. Here comes another. Now this is another. This is a U.S. Marshal with his lights on this time. So the pickup trucks are mostly tactical guys. Those guys are the ones that are going to go through the woods and join the search. SERT is CERT. So we spoke with a resident on the phone on the last live. He's in the neighborhood on Water Glen, who told us about that. Everybody was listening. Yeah, I saw you in the Nissan. Now we have more police vehicles coming. It looks like another U.S. Marshal. It's a truck full of tactical officers. That is a truck full of tactical officers. So it looks like that's either, it looks like the state police. I'm not sure if you guys have flight radar, you can check. Is that the state police or is that the news? I'm not sure. No shots. So sirens are very audible. Can you guys hear the sirens? You guys can hear the sirens coming? So now we have lights in every direction. We have lights down there as well. And there is somebody approaching with sirens from behind us any moment. Here he comes. Jesus. Okay, so that was a little bit quicker than I thought. I couldn't catch the.
Make sure all perimeter units are facing in towards your perimeter with your overhead lights on, emergency lights on, facing in. All troopers out of their cars watching this perimeter.
All troopers are to get out of their cars.
Water Glen Road and Ballantree Road.
As you can see now, here he is getting out. This is him getting out as the dispatch came in live. You want to try to grab it? It's easier to do pictures. You can't do pictures, but a video because they're going too quick for pictures. So they told everybody to get out, the state troopers to get out of the cars, and you guys just heard that, and you saw him get out of his car. So that shows how accurate the scanner timing is. Because as soon as they said that, his door opened up, and you guys saw that live. they are getting out to make sure that if he is seen coming out of any area, they're going to get him. So they have a very strong belief that he's there. So let me bring up a point that I said earlier. I told you guys that they want to be very quiet around the perimeter. So for them to now light up the perimeter, that means that they know he is here and they don't care that he knows they are here. He wants they want him to know they're here. There is nowhere to go. That is the assumption I am getting from the fact that they are now turning on their lights inside, or their police lights are activating. The lights were not activated on the entire perimeter. A couple of minutes ago, I told you can now see lights over there on that trooper, which I thought was something happening, but no, he was instructed to now turn on your lights, and he also has a spotlight. You can see a spotlight flashing toward the tree over there, just towards the woods. So they were very quiet throughout the day, but now you see how fast their response is. It's under a minute. I mean, we saw police cars in under a minute go there, and then within 4 minutes, there was the state police helicopter showed up. See, now they're being told they can't go down that way, is what it looks like. They're making, well, no. So I'm not sure if that is a resident, but this guy's turning around. Hey, should I put you back on? Should I put you on? All right, let me put you on. Hold on. All right, guys, I have Matt here. He lives on Water Glen. He was with us earlier. He is in the neighborhood where the police are surrounding. Here's what Matt is telling us. He's on speakerphone.
Well, right now I'm along the hill. Here comes another two vehicles up the hill. There's not actually many vehicles on the hill right now as there was yesterday, but that's because it's not nearly been as long because they're still sending more resources here. Also, from what I heard, they have a lot. They're lined along 52. Right now, I'm watching several guys who are getting all their gear together. One guy's putting on tactical vests. He has they're all in green. He just cocked his gun, his rifles.
You guys heard that. He cocked his gun.
So, I mean, they're all gearing up right now. They have, I know they have the perimeter. Right now, everything's west of the neighborhood. It's all to the west. So they have them confined an area to basically towards the entrance of our neighborhood. If you make a circle there, a line from there down to Ballantree and 52, that's basically where their borders are at right now. Because right now where I'm at, it's very lax per se. Like they're not like in positions here, which means their borders up much closer. Until CERT gets here, at least. I don't know where CERT's coming from, but I think I just saw another van, a white van, that might have been part of CERT, go up, talk to some guys, and they went through. So they're going around to the cul-de-sac at the other end of the neighborhood, which is closer probably to where the border's at.
Do you have the ability to FaceTime and point your camera in that direction? And I can.
Yeah.
All right, FaceTime this real quick. I'm gonna get Matt on FaceTime on the other phone. All right, FaceTime.
Yep, please.
All right, guys. We're getting Matt on. It's loading. Trying to get Matt on FaceTime. It's loading. Hey, does it work?
Hey, what happened? Yeah, I'll try it again.
You want me to try? Here, I'll try. So it's weird. I can't. Okay, here we go.
So right now, they're all gearing up.
You guys are watching this live. This is on Water Glen.
We're gearing up right now. We got some more vehicles here on the street, but it's not as much as they had yesterday. Yesterday was rounding the whole corner. We just go further along and actually just check everything out. Go through a neighbor's yard. So those guys there, let me see if I can zoom in.
You guys see the law enforcement presence. Look at that. This is live right now from Water Glen. Water Glen is where the suspect is.
Sorry for my shaking hands, but so they're all gathering right now. They're talking. So that's a group of them that are getting ready probably to make a border or something like that. They're all discussing something.
Matt is on Water Glen. For those asking, Matt is on Water Glen. He is at basically the focal point of the manhunt.
Yes, these guys are all right now discussing some plans. One of them's talking.
And again, this is live from the scene, guys. I'm FaceTiming a resident who is at the scene. He lives there, and the scene is.
Hold up. These guys probably don't like me videoing, or they don't care. I'm not sure.
That's all right until they tell you to go.
Yeah. They've not. Given the fact they've not, means that their border is, or whatever, this area is secure, is what that tells me. So otherwise, they would have told me to go back. Curious if I can get close enough to hear what they're saying. Oop, I just heard a gun cock. I don't know if you picked that up. Or loaded gun.
Yeah, they're cocking their guns. Just for everybody watching, if you didn't hear that, they're cocking their guns.
I'm going to get a quick picture, personal picture, so one moment.
All right, so the scene is very active while Matt takes a picture. While we were on, 2 more state troopers went towards Water Glen. Oh, here he is. Now, this shows how fast law enforcement is to descend on an area. Like we said earlier, you might not have seen that many officers because there are many points of entry to the community. They obviously used every single route possible. This is a very close route, but that would be. Oh, you could. Oh.
They have a map out right now on the car that they're looking at. He's pointing them to. So they're talking right now about their routes by the look of it.
So it looks like they're talking about, they have a map out for those of you guys that can't hear.
I see him pointing to a map on the car. Sharing it to him. So I know down by 52 there's even more action. Earlier they said for all the troops that were in their vehicles along 52 to get out, which means they're holding an even tighter perimeter down there. So.
And this is live from the scene on Water Glen. And just to put it in perspective, guys, I'm located on the street before Water Glen, which is as close to the perimeter as we can get. The suspect was last seen again in this area. Residents called 911.
Right here, where they're in front of. Oh, here comes the SWAT unit.
So CERT has arrived.
So this house right there, that's the house where he was spotted near, and he's since gone over there. But here's CERT. Picture. CERT. So they're gonna find someplace obviously to pull off. They're talking to somebody else right now.
Yeah, let's stay with you because you have obviously the best vantage point right now until they tell you to head inside, and they will tell you to get down or go inside if they believe it.
Oh,
And
right now, you see the guy in front of me. He looks like he's. Oh, he just holstered his gun.
so this is, I mean, we're as close to the scene as you can get, and then Matt is in the scene since he lives there. So we have both angles covered. We have the police response from here, and we have the police on location, SWAT teams, tactical teams, federal agents, state police, local authorities, you name it, they're there. The guns are out. They're cocking their guns. They're gearing up, and they're getting ready to get the man who has escaped prison for murder. He's been on the loose for 5 days in Chester County. The community has not been able to rest. It's a very quiet neighborhood. And as you can see, the neighborhood is flooded with police. And this is not something that anybody in this neighborhood would ever expect to come this close to home. As you guys know, this is making world news. And their neighborhood is at the center of attention across the world as they're searching for a convicted murderer. We're watching the scene live from the house, from the neighborhood, from a resident who is there. He's on our Twitter. I retweeted a post earlier. In case for the new people that are watching, go on my Twitter. His mother just became a photographer, and I retweeted something to support her. It would be great for you guys to also retweet that.
He was also the one that made the initial tip that gave them
yes,
the location.
his mother was the one who gave.
Led to all this.
So
she was the first one effectively to likely encounter him, and then her tips.
So for those of you that didn't hear that, Matt's mother is the one that called 911 yesterday from that neighborhood, and her tip led to the manhunt with the ATVs. She heard a branch snap, something we heard last night too, right across the street, and police descended in that neighborhood heavily.
So they're probably going around the cul-de-sac to the other side. So basically, over there, past the woods, is the other side of the neighborhood. Looks like that's where they're heading right now, because that's closest to where all the action is. I imagine if I was able to go around there, there would be even more. There's probably twice the amount of what we see here, honestly.
Wow.
So.
Yeah, this is a very tense situation unfolding live. You guys are watching it, or we are stationed about, Matt, I want to say, how far are we from you?
Half mile maybe.
So okay, so we're about a half mile, and Matt is on location. So this is as close as humanly possible. I'm as close as you can get as a member of the public or the media. Matt lives there, so there is no way to get any closer than what Matt has unless you're a resident. As of now, he's obviously not in custody. They are working to approach him and corner him in. They have an idea of where he is, and that tip must have panned out to be something earlier. You guys heard the tip come through live on the scanner, and you saw the action unfold as the helicopter descended on the area, and the state police swarmed. Within under a minute, the state police swarmed the area, and they've been coming ever since. You have unmarked cars, you have federal agents, you have tactical teams, you have CERT, you have everything. And this man is not presumed innocent. He was found guilty of a brutal murder. It's not that he was standing trial. He stood trial. He was found guilty in 15 minutes for brutally murdering his girlfriend in front of her children. The man stabbed her over 30 times. So there is no presumption of innocence. Yesterday, you heard authorities say that they are authorized to use lethal force. Make sure you have the target 100% before firing. That's what they were told. So this individual is not your average escapee. He is a convicted murderer, and that is quite rare where a convicted murderer will get out of a jail. It's not every day. And here's agents are prepping. They're mapping something out.
woods here soon. He was spotted, like, basically, if I look in this direction, straight on this way, if you were to just draw a line with, like, looking this way, through the woods there, past there's a gap and there's even more woods. He was spotted in the property over there. Then looks like he made his way back through the woods here, and then was spotted back here, and then was spotted behind this house right here in the wooded area here, going over towards the other side of the neighborhood. So they've set up a line since to push him back. That's why this area here is secure. And yeah, there's probably all the action right now where things are really gearing up is through the woods there, on the other side of the neighborhood.
Okay. And how do you feel, Matt? Do you feel safer now that many police responded so quickly? You saw firsthand how fast the police were able to descend on the location. Does that bring some reassurance?
Anxious, I guess, and excited right now just because of what all is going on. But I mean, obviously, I'm standing here right now talking to you, so obviously, I have to feel somewhat safe. I mean, I do have like a dozen guys armed with rifles and standing right in front of me. So, I mean, but you're talking about the neighborhood, yeah, their response was very fast. They first brought in obviously any nearby units came over here to secure the border near where he was seen, and then they brought in more units along here, up here. The initial units I know that came up here, they were told to immediately, like, I saw them all get out of their vehicles and run towards the woods with their firearms. So they were obviously there to set up the initial border. So I have a guy, he's not going to talk to me. All right. So yeah, they had a very fast response.
Would you say 1 minute, 2 minutes?
That's tough to say, honestly. I can't tell you there. I don't know. I was looking at something else at that time. So from when he was first spotted, I'm not sure of the time scale there when they all showed up like this.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that there was always a trooper in the neighborhood at the very least.
Oh yes, we had troopers spread out across the neighborhood.
Okay, so for those of you that didn't catch Matt earlier, he had told us that there were troopers in the area stationed and positioned at a post in there.
That guy just got his NVGs. The others also have night vision goggles and thermals on. So, because you're going to need that to be able to see him here tonight. But with everything they're sending in here, it looks like they're going to try to end this tonight, if I had to guess.
Was it this heavy yesterday?
Actually, it was, well, over here, it was heavier, believe it or not. But that's because everything right now, I'm pretty sure, is over there, where I'm looking at through those woods on the other side of the neighborhood.
Is that closer to us, or is that close? Is that anywhere near where we are?
What?
Is that anywhere near where we are stationed on Parkerville and Lenape?
Where you are, let's see, if I leave the neighborhood, make a right, probably be around there, I guess, in this direction.
Okay, so the opposite of where?
Like a third of a mile. It's fairly close.
Okay.
So
for those of you that are just joining us, there was a 911 call that came in. Somebody said they saw somebody running through the woods, a male in shorts. Police then sent out a dispatch asking, Post 7, are you there? Meaning to the state trooper at Post 7. They asked twice. They received no response from Post 7. From there, Post 8 and another officer responded to the area. Within minutes, countless officers descended, including the Pennsylvania State Police helicopter that was deployed. Within 4 minutes, it made it here.
These guys also may be on standby for all we know, in case he somehow gets past the border. So do not know. But they're just getting ready and they're waiting for more people before they have the appropriate size to help go in. But CERT is one where they're the ones that are doing the sweep along with the canine units. So, which means the sweep would be starting from past the woods there.
Interesting. And for people that are just joining, we are live at the scene. We are at the intersection of Lenape Road and Parkerville Road. Matt is on Water Glen, where authorities have zeroed in and they're planning to apprehend the convicted murderer who escaped Chester County Prison just about 5 days ago. The manhunt has been intense and very quiet, but as you saw live, the quiet doesn't really matter. It was quiet but very loud within minutes. And the helicopter, people are saying it left the area. That might be because they want to make him think that they have left. So where Matt is, the suspect is believed to be in another, like basically in the wooded area. So by getting the helicopter out of there, he might think that they left, you know. So that's why they would have moved the helicopter. And there's an airplane or a drone flying overhead us. It's a little bit high, so I can't tell. For those of you with flight radar, you can check. No, it looks like a helicopter.
Are you talking about the thing with the white blinking light?
Yeah.
That one, yeah, I'm looking up. That's too high an altitude to be a drone.
Looks like a helicopter.
And it's moving too quickly to be a drone.
Yeah, it's coming back our way. So
that's a plane. Planes would have those blinking lights like that. That should be a plane.
No, right above us is a helicopter.
Oh, okay.
It's ABC News, people are saying.
Lights on the sides?
Yeah, they're saying it's ABC. No, not the one that's flying with the lights blinking with the wings. There's another one.
Got it. The one with the lights blinking.
Yeah, that's a plane. I see the plane above
That
us.
is a plane. That's a fixed wing plane.
Yeah, I see that above us. That just came. Yep. And the helicopter is crossing underneath it, coming back your way right now. We throw this on Do Not Disturb just so we stop getting a bunch of irrelevant push notifications. And that didn't work. There we go. So you guys are watching live from Water Glen Lane, which is where police are now gearing up to attempt to apprehend the wanted murderer who escaped Chester County Prison on Friday. Or Thursday, I'm sorry.
So obviously, yeah, not much activity here right now, other than presence of officers.
Much more activity than we're seeing. All we saw so far were the officers entering the area, and then they were told to exit their vehicle if they're at a post. And we saw the officer get out of his car, the sergeant, and stand. He's still standing outside of his vehicle with his.
They told all officers 152 to get outside their vehicles.
Yes.
So.
And we saw that unfold live. As soon as the scanner said it, the officer exited his car. So just to show you guys the perspective, although it looks so quiet right here, here's what's going on. And we've got additional units going in right now.
You have additional units going by you?
Yep, they're on their way in.
So they'll either show up here or they're going to back up on Ballantree, because they've also sent a lot over by Ballantree as well.
And how do you spell that? What?
Ballantree.
Okay.
Ballantree.
So
also known as the course of Longwood.
For those of you that are not from the area, you can pull it up on Google Maps. We are located at Parkerville and Lenape Road.
This is Water Glen Drive.
And Matt is on Water Glen Drive. As you can see, they're starting to go towards their vehicles. And any media networks that are watching this, any news anchors, you guys are free to use any of this for your streams. You don't have to reach out to me to ask for permission. Any news networks that are watching this, you guys can use it.
Here's the ones that went by. That must be them.
Okay, so the vehicles that you guys just saw drive by are now arriving. So you see how close we are to Matt's location. That is those are the cars that you guys saw yourself rolling in. It should be like an Infinity or something coming next. And now you have more cars coming. Here comes another, that's West Goshen Police that just drove by.
They're all circling around, so they're definitely going to the...
Yeah, that's the Infinity.
At the other end.
So West Goshen Police just drove by us. So let's see how long it takes. If they do go to Matt's neighborhood, we're going to know in about a minute how long it takes to get from here to where Matt is.
I doubt they're racing there right now.
Yeah, they're going much slower. They're not gunning it as they were earlier. On the live stream, everybody saw these guys.
I can tell you right now, for me, if I'm going at 45, like the speed limit on Route 52 from the entrance to my neighborhood, it would take me 20 seconds to get to you. So, okay. You're very close.
For those of you who don't know, Matt is a resident. He lives at that house that he's filming at. That is his home, which is why he's allowed to be there.
I'm further down the neighborhood, actually. Like, my house is up that way.
Okay. So, but that's his neighborhood, which is...
I think they'll let me.
And they're not letting anybody that doesn't live there in, right?
What?
If you don't live in the neighborhood, you can't enter, I'm assuming.
Oh, yes. No, you do not live in a neighborhood residences here. They will not let you in. I imagine they might not be letting residents in right now anyway, if they're starting to do sweeps. So, I don't know for sure. But
are those headlights coming towards you, West Goshen?
They were the ones that just pulled in. They stopped.
Okay.
So, they're parking there.
All the rumors that are circulating, no, he did not kidnap a family, and he's not holed up in a house. He's outside. He's in the woods.
They've already made rumors of that? No, that's definitely not the case. He's currently in the woods, surrounded, not like close surrounded, but they have a very tight perimeter around where they're certain that he is. The general area is, I can't give a general estimate of how large an area it is, but here's more vehicles. Interesting. I don't know if those are...
A lot of Jeeps are U.S. Marshals. A lot of the Jeeps are U.S. Marshals, and also the pickup trucks are U.S. Marshals for the most part.
I think that's a neighbor. No, it's not a neighbor. Not sure. Nope, that's someone else. No, that is a neighbor. Tries to letting him leave, but I guess they can't keep people confined in our neighborhood right now.
No, don't Venmo anybody. People that are commenting, don't send any Venmos. Don't click on that link that says CNN released a photo. That's obviously a scam. That's not CNN's website, so don't click that. Matt did say they have night vision goggles.
Oh, they have NVGs equipped and thermals.
And,
So
okay.
looks like the people that pulled up there are actually going around to check that house right now.
I'm sure the officer at post 7 is okay. We didn't hear anything about anybody being injured, so I'm sure he's okay.
Some of them are looking at me right now.
You have bugs playing?
You'd like, I can try getting my car and driving around the neighborhood to see if I can get a view of what it's like on the other side there.
Let me see what people say.
Because there's definitely stuff over there right now as well.
No, so people are saying, let's see. We got 1 yes and like 6 no's. 7 no's, 8 no's, 9 no's, 10 no's.
Interesting.
11 no's, 2 yes, 13 no's, 14 no's, 15 no's. So yeah, no is the general consent. I wouldn't go.
All right.
Just for your safety too. You never know.
What?
Just for your safety as well. Just in case they open fire or something happens, it's better to be somewhere where you can get down.
Yeah. Any updates on the police scanner?
None. None that I've heard. They might be using a different channel just because
they'll definitely be using closed channel. Anything going on in the woods right now, they'll be using closed channels on that.
So for those of you guys here, there's a resident exiting the area. I'm assuming it's the one that left Matt's area.
Yes.
They're going to be searching. They're going to be searching his trunk. Yeah.
Yep, that was him who left.
As you guys can see, they're searching the vehicle's trunk. They're opening it up real quick. I'm going to show you now. We're back with Matt. Yes, scanner is it's radio silent. Everybody's saying in the comments.
I just heard from Donahue over the police vehicle search moving through. You probably picked it up as well.
CERT's moving through. For those of you that didn't hear it, Matt just heard them say on the radio that CERT is moving through. He heard it in person.
Yeah,
He's standing there, so
Donahue,
he heard it.
This one vehicle here has the radio live. Yeah, Donahue told them the search moving through.
Okay, so CERT is moving through.
To all units on or in position, hold on the perimeter, hold your position, search moving through. So they're the group that in that white vehicle that we saw drive up here earlier, go around to the other side of the cul-de-sac. That was where I said they probably have their staging area right now, or their front line at. That's where they're starting to sweep from, which means they'll be pushing down this way towards 52, or towards Ballantree. I've not seen any K9 vehicles, but maybe they're not using those yet, or they already have those around the other side. But I don't know if you'd use K9s at night anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure. CERT moving in means that the tactical teams are going into the woods. Getting Mosquito Central. Now I know what everybody's talking about. And the mosquitoes are insane over here.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting bitten alive right now.
Yesterday it wasn't like this. I guess it's because I'm on the grass today.
Yes, there's a lot here. There's another neighbor leaving, so they're letting people leave. As you see here, they're not stopping anybody here, so it's secure here. Well, actually, hold off. Maybe that's not a neighbor. That is not a neighbor. Never mind.
So it looks like they might have even waited for nightfall, so that way the news helicopters aren't able to see or interfere in any way. They can't turn on their spotlight in the middle of a search. So if the news helicopter is leaving, it's because it's night and they can't use their they can't use.
There's nothing they can get.
Yeah. So you guys are watching live from Water Glen Drive, where it became the focal point of the manhunt. The suspect is believed to be in that vicinity in the wooded area, as Matt was saying. And this is ironic because police have been searching this area now since yesterday, and he managed to escape their sighting. He did not leave the perimeter. It was very unlikely that he left the perimeter because there were officers stationed everywhere. So they knew he was in that area. And now he has moved and sparked an immense response from law enforcement on all levels.
Give me 1 second. I need to stop the stream for my sharing for something.
Okay, it's fine. So Matt's just pausing his stream for a second. Just to recap, police or CERT is going in. They're moving into the woods. It's believed that the suspect is there. They had 5 neighbors and a state trooper who cited him. You guys were first to learn earlier that we said that there was a 911 call for a suspicious person running through the woods in gray shorts. From there, within minutes, it became a madhouse of law enforcement. Here comes more officers from this area. And within 4 minutes, the Pennsylvania State Police were in above us. So they managed to leave the command center at the fire department, which was relocated to the fire department from the prison, and get here in under 4 minutes, which is very impressive. And that shows you how thorough the Pennsylvania State Police is when it comes to catching a fugitive. This isn't their first rodeo, and they have the resources they need. They have more resources than any department in the state of Pennsylvania. So they are the state's elite police force. So they're preparing to apprehend the suspect and possibly bring this to a peaceful resolution. Now, keep in mind they are authorized to use deadly force, but they want this to be a peaceful resolution. They're going to play the. I'm sure they're going to play the surrender message, trying to get him to come out. They have started moving in. So if he shows any signs that he's not surrendering, they have the authorization to shoot him. And Matt is back.
So I went over and was just asking one of them. First of all, I have their permission to be over here, so there's no issues with that. There's not much to see right now. It's very dark. And they are. I also asked. They are the standby unit, really. So they're not. They are here on standby.
Is there a better lit? Is there a better lit area?
It shows you where the border for this all is. That we're like outside the tight border, and then you're at the edge border. It's really tough to see anything here right now.
Yeah, it's pixelated. That's better.
There we go.
So you guys are watching live from Water Glen right now as agents prepare to attempt to apprehend a convicted murderer who escaped Chester County Prison sometime between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning 5 days ago. This is the fifth day and night of the manhunt that captivated the local community, but made world headlines given his ties to other countries. Now, the coverage has been pretty um, sparse. There hasn't been much coverage. And this is to grab a picture. So what you guys are watching is the manhunt for the fugitive who was convicted of murder. We are speaking with a resident of Water Glen on FaceTime who is going to be giving me a call back any minute so we can jump back into the action. We're located about I want to say a half a mile from Water Glen, but this is as close to the perimeter as you can get. A lot of the other media agencies are actually stuck behind a roadblock half a mile behind us. Are you good to FaceTime? So a lot of the other media agencies are about a quarter mile behind us here. We're back with Matt.
Just a heads up, my phone battery will not last for much longer. I'm at a quarter now, so
Okay.
I'm a bit limited to that, unfortunately.
So what you guys are seeing now is Water Glen Drive, where local, state, and federal law enforcement officials are planning and narrowing down the search. Keep in mind that CERT is already in the woods, so these guys are there as additional manpower. CERT is a special team that is trained for stuff like this, so they are pushing through the woods.
Needless needless to say, I'm not going to be getting any closer to the line. So I'd like to, but I don't think my parents would.
No, I wouldn't go any further.
I also don't think these guys would either.
No.
I've not heard the helicopter.
The helicopter, I think, left, from what I understand.
Okay, so what I see up above right now is the plane still. Yeah, the flashing light. Yeah, maybe it went back to refuel then, I'd have to imagine.
Either refuel or it got too dark, perhaps. I'm not sure if they're able to get...
Well, they would be using thermals right now to see if he was...
The media... well, again, as we said earlier, remember, the thermal won't work too well in that...
It would only work, only spot it would be working for would be open spots, like if he was trying to get across the road, for example. That's like for yesterday when they spotted him from the heli.
Yeah.
That's where it would be. So, but if they have a tight enough perimeter right now, then it might not be necessary.
Exactly. So that is a federal agent, guys. I just drove by. You see his lights. So, Matt, you're going to be seeing a Suburban come down, or a Tahoe. It's got lights all over. It's coming up your way any second. He's still here. So he is now proceeding toward Matt's location. It's believed that he's going either to Matt's location or the other side. And here's where Matt is. Again, we're live from Water Glen Drive, where police are preparing to apprehend a fugitive who was convicted of murder. He murdered his girlfriend, brutally stabbed her over 30 times in front of her children. It's as sick as a crime as it gets. He's been on the run for 5 days, and this is as close as you can get. I mean, Matt is on the scene, essentially, where they are preparing. Started pushing through the woods, and we're about a half a mile or so away from Matt's location. And we are 1 mile from the prison where we are, just to put it in perspective. So the guy didn't get that far from the prison. He didn't even really leave the town. Additional police cars are coming through and heading toward Matt.
I believe that's the Suburban you mentioned.
So there's the Suburban, I believe. It would have police lights on the step to get into the car. And that is...
That's a van.
That's not it.
He may have gone to Ballantree. The other side. Oh, nope, there's another vehicle coming. He is stopping over there right now.
And guys, just to put it in perspective, for the command center to tell the state police to get out of their cars and light up the perimeter, that means that they know he's there and they are going to center him. They know he's not going to run toward the police, and if he does, he'll get shot if he's a threat. So they're trying to make him go away from the perimeter toward the officers, which is why they have lit up the entire perimeter. And I see 3 state troopers myself here now that have lit up the perimeter. So you can imagine what we can't see.
They have all their lights on right now at the perimeter?
Yeah, the perimeter is completely lit up with their police lights and spotlights.
Yep, that makes sense.
So that's the marked police car that just passed us that you guys saw. I showed you guys him driving by us, and he just arrived at Matt's location.
And Suburban went to the other neighborhood, the other side of this perimeter then. This guy's pulling over right over there.
So I see a plane also above us. I'm not sure if it's on the radar. If you guys want to check the radar for us and let me know in the comments, there's a plane above us.
Anything as big as like a large-sized drone or as small as a large-sized drone will be shown on the radar.
People are saying it's not on the radar.
Really?
Yeah. So is it not on? How many of you guys? So is it on the radar? It's a Delta flight, 28,000 feet. Okay. So that's Delta Airlines.
That should be way up there then. What's their altitude?
28,000.
Okay. I'm not seeing that other plane flying around with the lights either right now, so.
No, so somebody said they don't believe lethal force is necessary. So in a situation like this, there is no presumption of innocence. If you were to escape a state prison, the guard tower will shoot and kill you. So that is the same protocol here. This guy belongs in a state prison. He's been sentenced to life. If somebody leaves a state prison, they're going to be killed. So this guy is a convicted murderer. Lethal force is authorized. It's not an accused murderer. He was convicted of murder. I'm going to put it on do not disturb just in case one of my sources texts me. I don't want his name to pop up. So here we go again. So you guys are still watching live on Water Glen.
Yeah, I remember hearing yesterday they when it was really heightened tensions, they went and said they said on the radio something along the lines of you're authorized to shoot.
Yes, it was deadly force. Deadly force is authorized unless actively and clearly surrendering. Deadly force is authorized unless he is actively and clearly surrendering, which means that they can shoot him in the back if they have to. If he does not clearly surrender, he will be shot. In the United States, you cannot kill somebody, no matter who they are, if they are actively surrendering. And that is why they received the go ahead, which would have had to come from as high as the governor. The governor would have to authorize an execution. And in a case like this, where somebody is a convicted killer, it's not really a hard thing to authorize. This guy is not accused; he's convicted. He's sentenced to life, and he's wanted in another country for murder. So there is no presumption of innocence. That left when he was convicted and when he was sentenced. So they have every right to use deadly force in this if he is not clearly and actively surrendering. Now, the state police want this to be a peaceful resolution. They tried everything, but at this point, he has not cooperated with their request. I'm sure they'll let him know one more time if they see him that that is his chance before they shoot. But they're not going to, if they see him in the woods and they identify him and he runs, they will shoot. That is the instruction they were given.
Can I tell you with the woods back there, because I've gone through the woods that they're going through right now. Actually, the area they're going through right now is I've actually not even been to because it's so thick there that I've not been able to venture there. There's nothing really for you to be able to see here, but to the left of us is a wooded area that runs. If you go across this through that wooded area, you'll get to other houses on the other side of the neighborhood because it's in the form of a big U. That area alone is really dense, but where they're going through right now is just you have, neck high and even higher underbrush, and so it's hilly terrain. It's really brutal to try to go and search through that area. So I can tell you that the sweep will be slow and thorough, is what they're going to have to do here. So. And if anything, where I feel like we'd hear contact, if it shows up on the radio, it would be by a border because he'd be flushed out. Because earlier, I think I texted you, or I may text you this. My dad, when he was pulling back in, he saw that by the entrance to our neighborhood, by the pond over there, he saw a bunch of guys looked like marshals or basically in the same gear as these guys who were entering the wooded area over there. And which was interesting because that was not on the radio at all. So they were doing a search over there, and then shortly after that was when he was spotted by the person along Lenape Road. So, which means that he got spooked out of where he was hiding or sleeping at and ran over there where he was spotted and then ran back in because of the police border they have around along 52.
Yeah.
And now we're here. So that's kind of the rundown of how things ramped up to this point, at least.
And would you say it went from 0 to 100 pretty quick as the officers arrived? Was it by the dozen when they got there?
It was first in like maybe 3, then 4. I mean,
within a matter of what, 5
we
minutes?
saw going by. What?
Within a matter of 5 minutes, would you say it was a heavy presence?
Yeah, it was pretty heavy presence pretty quickly. Now, I mean, basically what I gather is that they basically called any on duty officers that were within the vicinity over here right away, and so you're not going to have an instantaneous appearance of all the vehicles. There'll be a stream of them, basically based on proximity as they show up. And then I heard of a scanner they were calling in from other counties and whatnot. So there's a guy, well, he's not really visible at all. He actually has a helmet on, like a, yes, more like one of those bulletproof or helmet or some form like that. And also, yep, he has I think it's an M4 he has on him. Right there, him. There's his firearm. There's another vehicle pulling up. Did you see them go by you?
No.
And they came from the other way.
I don't believe I saw any other cars coming.
How's that? Yep, nope, that's one of the troops. I mean, you'll also see, like, for example, this make out that's a red vehicle. I mean, they even have fire police here. So, as I said, they have called in anybody in the vicinity nearby. So, and the Longwood Fire Co. is pretty close by to us. The local police station that's closest to us actually is along 926, where they have their perimeter set up, which makes things pretty easy for them there.
Interesting. Do you see paramedics on the scene?
No, nothing over here.
Okay.
They may be over by Ballantree or over on the other side of the neighborhood.
Yeah, so what you're seeing at Matt's neighborhood is a mirror image of what is on that Ballantree road as well, because you guys heard on the scanner earlier, they were asking for the remainder of the police that are on their way to now go to that location. So this is a mirror image of what's going on over at the other scene. So this is one neighborhood, and there's another neighborhood similar to this that's flooded with law enforcement as well. Now, for those of you that don't know the neighborhood, this is the neighborhood where the suspect is said to have broken into 2 homes over the weekend. And we spoke about this earlier. Actually, throughout the weekend, you guys can go through my threads. So this is the neighborhood where the suspect broke into 2 homes. That's what makes this very weird, how he wasn't able to leave that perimeter. And that shows how strong the state police are when it comes to establishing a perimeter. He wasn't able to get out of that small section. And even though a mile or so sounds large, it was initially 6 miles. And if you look on Google Maps, it's a very dense area. And today they closed it down to about 1 mile.
Yeah, but those woods will make it feel like 20 miles.
Mm-hmm.
My phone is on 5%. I'm gonna run out of power real quick.
Do you want to run and see if is there anywhere that you can charge while you're on?
I think I have a charger back home. I might be able to grab that.
Okay, do you want to do that real quick?
Yeah.
All right, and I'll be standing by for you. And all right, guys, so Matt is going to be back in a few minutes. All right, Matt, I'll talk to you in a minute.
Yeah. You want me to go and check on the other side of the neighborhood, see if there's more stuff over there? Because I can drive there real quick, and if there's more stuff there, I can.
If you can with your phone, but I don't want you to drive and have your phone out so they don't.
No, I'm not gonna have my phone out. I would be driving there first to check to see what it's like, and then if there's more there, I'll let you know there. Come back here.
Why don't you grab your charger just in case something pops off and we can capture it live?
Yeah.
Let's do.
Come back here.
why don't you grab your charger just in case something pops off and we can capture it live?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Thank you for being here. Give me just a few minutes to see what's going on here with the signal. Technical difficulties. Please hold.
focused on for quite some time. It's the same neighborhood he broke into homes. It's the same neighborhood he was seen on Ring surveillance camera. It's the same neighborhood he's been um, cozied up in for the past 5 days, and he hasn't made it that far. Now, a lot of people have been giving him this immense credit that he's able to leave the town or leave the county or maybe the country. He hasn't been able to leave a 2 mile radius of the prison. That's what it appears to be. At one point, he made it to the gas station, but then came back up this road and is stuck in the perimeter that has been set up. Yeah, bug spray would be good. There's a lot of mosquitoes coming out, which is why during the FaceTime with Matt, I had to keep moving my hand because these things are bloodsuckers. But this is as close to the perimeter as we can get as the media and as the public. This is as close as we were able to get. Actually, I'm not sure if other members of the media were able to get this close. They're about a quarter mile behind us because there's a roadblock, but we've been here since yesterday. We were here for about 12 hours, covering 8 hours on a live stream. And then today we were here from about 1 o'clock, and it's now 8:45. And we plan to be here again until 2 o'clock in the morning if they don't catch him, or 3 o'clock. But right now, what we're seeing is very active police activity, and you can't underestimate the Pennsylvania State Police when it comes to an operation like this. These guys are legendary, and it's one of the top police forces in the United States, the Pennsylvania State Police. They have immense resources. Some of the top officers in the country work for the Pennsylvania State Police. They're very, very, very. Um, it's a prestigious uh, job to have as a Pennsylvania state trooper. It's not an easy gig to get. And what we've noticed is it's not just any state trooper that's here. We have sergeants that are in these cars. The car in front of me is a sergeant. The car to the left of me is a sergeant. The car to the right of me is a sergeant. I know this because they've driven by and they pull over to ask how we're doing. These are all high ranking officials for the most part. And those who aren't high ranking are elite officers. They're not bringing just anybody, and they are asking for support from all different areas to get obviously additional manpower. But the boots on the ground are coming from CERT and tactical teams. The state police is the lead agency on this investigation now. And you have to keep in mind that when a prisoner escapes, they make it out for months on end. If they caught him on the day he got out, that would be a very bizarre and unusual circumstance. There was a breakout a couple of months ago, Michael Burham, who was accused of murder, and he made it 20 days, but he was only able to stay within a few miles of the prison. Now, just because the police weren't able to get him as fast as they would like to, it doesn't mean that they aren't doing everything in their power. It's obvious that they're doing everything in their power. They've got drones, they've got helicopters. We saw the drones last night. The command center, it's all manned by the Pennsylvania State Police. There was another case, Eric Freen, who executed and ambushed a state trooper outside of the barracks. He sniped them and killed him. It took them 48 days to catch him. And that just shows in Pennsylvania, especially in the rural areas, it's farmland, it's heavy trees. Thermal imagery is not going to work when there is no way to get through the heavy brush that's above it. There are creeks that are running. So if he's sleeping at night, he could be sleeping halfway inside um, of one of these little water banks over here, and the thermal imaging isn't going to pick up something in a water bank. And the perimeter is, it's very precise. They've had this area zeroed in on, as you guys have been watching for the past few days. Hey, did you get a charger? Yeah, yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to be right back. I have to hop on a call. I'm going to keep the stream going, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes. if they bring him out again, are they able to study him? Okay. Okay, you never know. You think that happens. Okay. No, there's no problem. Yeah, it's not like they want you to study. So you can. Yeah, well, I could just do it. Just do it right now, but if anything pops up, maybe 3,000, a little bit over 3,000. Yeah, no problem. No worries. If anything pops up, give me a call and we'll hop back on. And what we can do is even maybe have you describe what's going on. Would that be different? All right, yeah, no problem. Give me a call if something pops up, and we will go right back on. And I'll just say that you got a call for right now. Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right, guys. So I am back. So what we're watching right now is the scene at Parkerville Drive and Lenape Road. So basically, what's going on is out of a precaution, it's an abundance of caution. Matt isn't going to live stream right now outside of the home. It looks like the authorities are making some moves. He did say if he sees anything that is noteworthy, like an arrest or something, he's going to immediately FaceTime us again, and we'll have him back on the stream. Um, so, just out of a an abundance of caution, he's going to watch, I guess, from the window, but he'll be able to see if something pops off, and he will FaceTime me right off the bat. So we have more law enforcement coming to the area. It's a little bit quiet, but as you guys saw, it's very, very active. So let's see if we can walk around a little bit. Give me a second because I think that trooper dropped something. So what we're watching now is law enforcement standing by. This officer has his rifle on his back. Let me see if I can show you guys. He's got his rifle. You see the strap around his shoulder. There's a rifle. So we're gonna maybe walk around a little bit. Would you? I mean, there's nowhere to go. I can't go up there, and there's obviously nothing behind us. So it's a definitely a fluid scene now with the trooper being armed. What did he hear? So yeah, there's nothing new yet, and Matt's fine. It's just an abundance of caution. There goes another trooper entering the scene. Matt's gonna FaceTime us back if there is an arrest or if shots are fired. But you guys are gonna hear the shots from here too, so we'll have it from his angle and ours. We are at Parkerville Road and Lenape Drive or Lenape Road. We're not too far. We're as close as you can get to the perimeter. So about a half a mile behind us is where the media is stationed. Um, I guess they missed the bandwagon and they weren't able to get to this location. It was shut down after we arrived. So when we got here, there was no media at the roundabout behind us. And now it's full of media trucks at the roundabout, but they're not being allowed to enter this area at this point. They obviously missed the bandwagon. They were busy at the press conference. And by the time that ended, they weren't able to get into this intersection, which is where we went to. Instead of going to the press conference, we came straight to the scene. As we said yesterday, we were going to return, and we'll be here until 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock, until they catch this guy. And now you guys can see the state trooper down there that I was talking about over there. Hey, what's going on? All right, so I'll give you an update. Let me also update it on here. So, for those of you guys that are just joining us, it's been a couple of hours, I believe, since the tip came in. We were on scene live when a tip came in from a resident at 1875 Lenape Road over here where we're stationed. It's about a quarter mile up the road is where the 911 call came. They reported seeing a male running through the woods with shorts on. From that point, the command center reached out to the law enforcement and asked, "Is anybody at post number 7? Who's at post number 7?" And nobody responded. They asked it twice. At that point, post number 8 and another post went to um, the address 1875 Lenape, and they obviously noticed something because within a few minutes, the area was flooded with police. It was a 4 minute time window from when the dispatch came in to when the Pennsylvania State Police helicopter was hovering over the scene. So it shows that even when it looks quiet, like I was saying, for count all of the streams, even though it looks quiet, it's very, very active. The police are able to respond within minutes. And though it seems like a quiet neighborhood, we're now noticing that it's packed with law enforcement. Um, they now have the perimeter lit up, as you guys can see over the weekend. The perimeter was not lit up as it is right now. The perimeter was quite dark, and the officers have been instructed to light up their police lights and spotlights and get out of their vehicle and face the woods to watch the perimeter. And it appears that the goal here is for the suspect to come towards them, notice the police lights, and then turn back, because you have CERT and tactical teams that are in the wooded area around Water Glen Drive and Lane. So if the suspect comes towards the officers at the perimeter, he most likely will turn around and be met by the U.S. Marshals and the CERT team, where he will be instructed to peacefully surrender. If he doesn't abide by that, they are most likely going to shoot him, as they have been authorized to do so since yesterday at 3 o'clock. They were given the authorization to shoot him, meaning they can shoot him in the back if he runs away. Um, so he has a chance to surrender, and the state police want this to end peacefully without anybody else dying. And that's the goal they have. However, if they cannot reach that goal, they have no problem with killing this convicted murderer who escaped prison 5 days ago, a county jail, I'm sorry, but it's called a prison. He escaped 5 days ago. So the police have no problem shooting and killing him, given the fact that if you escape from an actual state prison, you will be shot in the back regardless. They will shoot and kill you if you jump the gate, whether you're there for a minuscule case at the state prison or whether you're there for murder. They will kill you. You don't escape a state prison. And this inmate was going to be a state inmate very, very soon. He was already convicted. And also, yes, I'm noticing that they did request canines. I didn't see any, and I didn't hear any barking. And last night there were also canines requested, and I heard them bark here and there. I don't know if it was a canine barking or if it was a neighbor's dog barking, but these dogs are trained not to make noise unless absolutely necessary. Their goal is to catch this guy, dead or alive, it appears. And the dogs that they have deployed are very well trained. I mean, probably the best in the country when it comes to canines. So these guys are ready to rock and roll. They're going through the woods. They have CERT out there. Tactical teams are in there. They have, you name it, they have it. Yes. So they have night vision. They have goggles on. They have helmets on. Yes. And he showed us the scene. So he's been providing us information. covering this story. So he has been feeding us information from his area, and today Q&A with the audience were asking about the neighborhood, how it's safe. And shortly after he left is when the 911 call came, and literally within 5 minutes, the area was flooded. We heard sirens in every direction. We saw the helicopter there 4 minutes. So take into account the 15 minutes to get dressed and 2 minutes to take off and get here. They got here fairly quickly, 4 minutes. So they No, no, it was 5 sightings. The first sighting was a neighbor calling and running to the gate. Look like the dog almost running through the woods. From there, 4 neighbors from Waterway called 911 and said, he's here. They gave an exact address. The police responded. They swarmed him. And we're talking 4 neighbors calling from 4 different addresses in the same exact 911 call. So police are taking this extremely seriously. They know that he's in the area. They've known this yesterday when they closed the perimeter down even more and narrowed it down. And this solidifies the fact that you have 5 people calling 911. The first call was a red flag because nobody's supposed to be in those woods. So the fact that somebody was in the woods was something. And then you have 4 other neighbors in Water Glen calling saying here, with the address being broadcast. I don't have the address off the top of my head, but we said it on the live stream. They 4 different addresses called in the area. So that person doesn't belong in the area when you have 4 neighbors calling and then somebody else calling saying there's a man running through the woods, which is it's a quarantine area. You cannot go into the woods. Yes, and that's the strategy that the Pennsylvania State Police employ. They're very good at what they do when it comes to catching people like this. They make them feel semi-comfortable to come out, but then they are everywhere and anywhere. I mean, they have surrounded it. It's been surrounded, but now you can see if there is a live shot earlier from Channel 6 helicopter as they were hovering. I'm sure you'll see the police lights surrounding the perimeter, and it is a massive police response. We're talking at least 75 law enforcement vehicles from local, state, and federal, all there. Tactical units on scene, tactical units in the woods. Search teams are here. The U.S. Marshals, you have everybody down to the fire police, all the way up to the, I believe it was an FBI agent that was driving through his vest. I'm pretty sure it was FBI. So you have Yo, Nick, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that's been the goal. They had a goal, and they might meet that goal tonight if they catch them. If they don't, it's only a matter of days. And this isn't unusual. I mean, if they catch them tonight, it's actually almost a record timing because these guys can go on the run for 48 days, for 21 days. It's only been 5 days. So they did a very good job at establishing the perimeter, narrowing it down, and locating the guy. Even though they lost sight of him, he didn't leave the perimeter because he would have been spotted. There is no way to leave the perimeter. And there is a big trooper station just about every couple hundred feet around the perimeter. And I only know this now because I can see the police lights flashing in every direction that I couldn't see those cars previously. But as soon as they said on the scanner, activate your lights, get out of the car, I saw lights popping up out of everywhere that I didn't see their cars. It was broad daylight, and I was they lit up the car, and I could see them through the trees. So they had a very tight perimeter, and especially since the beginning, the 24 police department wanted to know they have the capability to carry this mission out and bring it to a peaceful resolution, and they also have the authority at this point to use lethal force if he does not surrender. So if they come across him, he's either going to come with handcuffs or go to the morgue. There's only two stops. We'll see if it's either back to prison or to the morgue. I believe no, the choppers left to the fly when they came home, which is a tactic that we've been seeing. So today was interesting. So today they hardly flew at all, which I think was a tactic. As soon as he made a move, 4 minutes, the state police was above the area. 4 minutes. It was, so yeah, we broke that yesterday. So what happened is these men that were relocated the helicopters are landing there, gearing up there, and then flying from there to here. It's a 10-minute drive, which is a bit further from the prison, but when you have police cars that don't have to abide by traffic laws, they have lights and sirens, it turns down to a 3-minute drive. And it's obviously a 2-minute flight, because when the call comes in, they have to get geared up. Put all of that in 4 minutes. That makes me wonder what happened. And that's what we saw last night too. And then what happened yesterday is first, just because they want you to think that they don't know where he is. However, with the police lights on, it's going to make you turn around, go forward, and activate this. It's a very dense area, and it's almost impossible to walk through. Avoiding the residents here. I can see they have this very dense and quite long stretch.
I appreciate everybody being here tonight. I really, really do. I hope they catch this guy. Hopefully, they will catch him. But just wanted to say thank you, everybody, for being here. It sounds like he's talking to somebody else, and I've been dropping his link. This is Nick the Hat from Twitter.
Sorry, guys, I had to check on something. So nothing has happened in the past couple of minutes. And if you guys want, you can turn the comments off. I'm not going to respond to a lot of the trolls that are in the area. So if you don't like the comments, you guys can turn them off. They don't bother me. I don't really get bothered by what people say. So my law enforcement source, one of them says that they still haven't located him, but the CERT team is still in the woods. They have not located him yet. And you guys can see how many troopers are. There's one right over there, and it's almost every distance. Like, look at the distance between this officer and that officer. It's not that far. And then look at the distance between this officer and that officer. It's not that far. That's what the entire perimeter looks like. So if he comes out of that perimeter, they're going to see him. This is just one little corner of it, but obviously if he comes in between this officer and that officer, they're going to see him. That officer, if he comes this way, they're going to see him. And there's likely another officer facing the other direction that'll see him. There really is no way for him to get out. So what we'll do is take a little walk maybe and see if we can see something. So let's take a little walk just so you guys can get a better sense of what we have here. You want to throw that camera and the other camera in the, just so we don't bust it. So as you guys can see, the perimeter is pretty tight, and behind us is darkness. There are no other um, checkpoints down this way. There is a roadblock, and about a quarter mile this way is where the other news vans are stationed. Like I said earlier, they kind of missed the bandwagon by heading to the courthouse instead of heading to the scene. So when we got here, we were able to get in and set up. Since then, nobody else has been able to get in and set up. There's a car coming. Let's see if it's another. Matt, you can call me on the other phone. Yes. Let me grab it. Let me get the other phone real quick. Not. Yeah. All right. So gonna get Matt back on the line. Hey Matt, give me a call on the other phone. So you guys can see the difference of how dark it is. So like look at our headlights, and then as soon as we look this way, it's pitch black. And that's what the officers are seeing in the woods. It's not lit up like this. You can see the difference right here actually. You can see it go from it's like day and night. But they have no updates yet, which is definitely interesting given the circumstances. Now, this would be the second time that they had a good sighting and are making moves. I'm not going to jump to any conclusions, so we'll see what happens. But you guys can see, and let me see if I can show you guys if this will work. For those of you who weren't here earlier, um, there's actually a creek that runs right over here. It's too dark, so I can't even show you guys. But there's a creek, and last night we thought we heard something in the creek, and so did law enforcement. Give me 1 second. Hey, yeah, give me 1 second. Let me get it back up. 1 second. All right, guys, we have Matt back on the phone right now. Here's Matt. Matt, you want to fill him in?
Yeah, so people were wondering where I'm at. Had some complaints from neighbors. Don't know the full reason why, but some people were upset about the streaming. And what I can easily attest to is that there's a lot of people in this neighborhood that are really stressed over this. And some people probably don't want their privacy here and they feel upset about that kind of stress being shared with the outside world. And I can understand that. So to be polite, that's the reason why I stopped streaming and showing what's going on in here. More than happy to talk about and still give another inside perspective here, let people know that have not been up to date on what's happened inside, what's going on. But I'm not going to be streaming anything anymore out of respect for the other neighbors. So
Yeah, that's fine. So tell everybody what's going on. Do you still see? Just give us a rundown of what's going on out front of your house.
Yeah. Outside my house, it's the same. It's really the same along the hill as well. There's not been a real change in a long while. It's all the same still. So since they started the sweep, we've not had any other cars come in. So it's actually been really quiet here right now. And that's how it's going to be for tonight. And it's a bit stark contrast compared to last night when they had all the helicopters circling the whole night. Not 100% sure why, unless that's because they had an idea it was in a proximity of an area, but now they have him in a much smaller area. But I mean, you heard on CERT or on the transmissions multiple times like that they have CERT going through right now. So, and I imagine since they've had so many confirmed sightings of him in there that they're not going to let up that tight perimeter there that they have. They'll have. I can't see any reason why they would. And what they'll do is probably basically, if they can't find him for some reason, because he's been very good at evading them so far. Last night, I mean, they spotted him inside this looser perimeter they have today, which means that he was there yesterday when they were all searching. So it means that he's very slippery and is able to use those woods well to avoid the police, our troops. So if he's still able to avoid them, then they'll just most likely going to wait him out because he only has so much food. So
Interesting. And
that's a guess.
And like we said, if you see activity where it's something immense, where there are guns drawn or whether he's in handcuffs, you're gonna.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, so.
But I honestly, just with how things are going, I feel like it's going to be quiet tonight as well. I'm not sure what to say there. Honestly, it's anybody's guess, but no, definitely. If there's any developments, I'll definitely let you know.
So you guys heard that. So if he is captured and he's in handcuffs, if he is captured and they place him in cuffs, they bring him back to Matt's development, Matt will FaceTime us immediately, and we'll have live footage once again. So, or if something extreme happens where they have guns drawn, anything extreme, we'll have live footage from the scene again. Right now, it's just the same stuff that we saw earlier. It's police officers in the area, tactical guys in the area, going over strategy and whatnot. But if something major happens, we're going to be back live on the scene from Matt. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely important to keep in mind the neighbors' respect because you have to deal with them for as long as you live there and as long as your family lives there. So um, it's understandable for sure.
Mhm.
So yeah, you guys have any questions I can read out? If you guys have any questions, shoot them over real quick. Now that I have Matt on the phone.
Let me go to the stream here and just mute the stream, and then I can see the questions myself. Actually, hold up. If there's a way for me to do that.
It doesn't look like there's questions. There's just more requests to see what's going on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't do that, guys.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's right. I am moving in a couple weeks as well.
There's nothing in the sky. Somebody said that there's a drone above their house. I'm not sure who that is.
No, didn't see anything like that. Do I still actually think he's in the area? 100% he's in the area. I mean, there are so many. There's so many sightings of him recently to confirm. They matched what was going on yesterday, so it's. No, I 100% think he's in there. I think he's just found really good spots to hide. Where I live in the neighborhood of Water Glen Drive, where all this is happening at. I'll type in chat so people know. This is me, Matt. That Philly fan. That was for anybody who wasn't here earlier. Don't bother following me on Twitter. I do not post stuff here. So, but if I'm ever in chat again, that's who I am.
Yeah. All right. So I don't think we have many questions. So give me a call if anything happens. I'm going to be on standby. We'll have you ready to go. Anything you need, give me a call and FaceTime if something pops off, and we'll be up.
Oh, for sure.
All right. Sounds good.
All right.
I'll talk to you, Matt. Thank you.
Yep. Matt signing out.
All right, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me just talk to somebody that just pulled up to see what's going on. I'll be right back. My wife's been listening to you all day. Yeah, I'm Ray. We live in Devlin's Lane, which is not exactly across from what it runs across. You can see the entrance to that community from my house. Oh, I was down. There's a barn, red barn down there. I was down with the guy that owns the red barn. So yeah, we were supposed to be for it. The reason I'm saying it, if you care to, you have to interrupt you. I can take you around the back road. There's a new house that's under construction. You go up the driveway, little field. I just emailed my servants. Servants couldn't do it. My wife's like, she was going to. I don't know. I mean, I just showed you pictures that I. So this was earlier. Here's right over here. That's the entrance. That's the entrance to Water. This is right around the curve. So I live on this hill. Here's all the spots. I don't know how it's. Now this is before I thought. Well, I'm not sure. I don't know. Unless there's some. I don't care. Oh, yeah. Can you FaceTime? Oh, yeah, you can do it. All right, cool. All right, sounds good. Thank you so much. All right, guys. So I have a little update. My colleague is actually going to go with a neighbor right now in his car, and he's going to FaceTime me in the area. So they're going to go around the area so we can try to get a shot of the neighborhood from another angle. The resident doesn't want to be identified or shown on camera, which is fine. So we should have a FaceTime in a few minutes. My colleague is getting in the car with him right now. They're going to go through the roadblock, and they are going to go as close to the search area as they can get. It's a resident that lives in the search area, so we should be able to bypass the angry neighbors by FaceTiming from my colleague's phone. Yeah, we've got a neighbor that's taking us, so I'm gonna stay here because I don't want to move the stream in case we lose service, and I'll just do the FaceTiming from the other phone. We always find a way to get around the little barriers. So no, they went the other way. They turned around. He's taking another route. We don't take no for an answer very lightly, so we're gonna get as close as we can legally. I'm staying here, but my colleague went with the neighbor. It's not easy to sneak in. You have to be a resident. So this resident is able to get past. There's a perimeter that's so they have roadblocks also around the roundabout. He's able to bypass that one and then meet the trooper at the other roundabout to go or the other street to enter his street. And we're not trying to be disrespectful to the neighbors, but this is a manhunt that affects the entire county, and it's a national story. So it's something that if we can get a safe distance from, which is where we are, I'm at a safe distance. And if a neighbor willingly offers to get us closer, obviously we're going to take them up on it. People want to know what's going on, and that's just how it is. I mean, if something, when there's a mass shooting, the media is at the house of the victims, you know, so we're not doing that. We're not going to the home of the victims. If anything, we're just trying to show how strong the police presence is, how strong um, the reaction from authorities is. So, and I wouldn't worry about the comments from people that are saying that are trolling and whatever. At the end of the day, we're all on the same team, and we just want to see this guy get caught. And it would be epic to see him get caught on camera or whatnot. But also, we want the residents to have an understanding of how high of a police presence there is in the area, because it's not just the residents of this neighborhood. They obviously know, but it's Chester County as a whole. You have the Westchester University that's nearby. People want to know that something is being done, and that's what we want to show. We want to show that something is being done and that police are doing their job. I mean, you guys see it firsthand. You saw it from Matt's FaceTime, and this kind of content lets the residents feel it makes them a little bit less nervous, and it makes them feel more confident about the police presence. So that way they know that if this guy is around, there is a large police presence available to respond. And that's the goal here. So we're not trying to disrespect any neighbors or anything. I'm not sure how a stream would disrespect them. It's not that we're showing any houses in the stream. And the police are very fine with us filming. As you guys know, last night you saw probably 3 or 4 sergeants from the state police pull over while I was live and ask if we're doing okay and if we need anything. and they thanked us for being here. So we're not here to impede in an investigation. If anything, this is just a simpler way to inform the residents and the public of what's going on in what is. I mean, this is the largest manhunt in the U.S. right now. There is no other manhunt for a fugitive at this level, and it's not getting the attention it deserves. So we're just trying to show the residents the police response. We were good at showing the police response. You guys saw that earlier. It went from 0 to 100 very quick. And there are countless police officers. I see three just here, and that's in my line of vision. So beyond the trees, like if you look at how far this officer is from that officer, and this officer is from that officer, it's almost an equal distance, which makes me believe that there is an officer stationed just about at every um, gap like this. So from here to there, and then from here to there, and then further around, it shows you the the presence. And we're just in one vantage point, and you can see police lights right there, which is the same distance as the police lights over here. It looks further because of the trees in the way, but it's the same distance. Now, my colleague can fend for himself. Let me grab a drink real quick out of the cooler. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, I'm back. So right now we're waiting to see. People are saying a helicopter is arriving, and I'm waiting for my colleague to FaceTime me. He's getting closer to the scene with somebody who's authorized resident. They're going together. Nothing yet, guys. I did hear a dog bark just now. So the scanner has been silent, from what I understand. I am in constant contact with a few law enforcement individuals who are working. Let me text one right now. So here we go. Let's see. Hey, should we FaceTime? All right, give me.
As you can see now, so like what I've been told
Here's what we
was,
got. Let's show. It's a little bit pixelated, guys, because there's no service where they are.
So like I'm up in the hill. It's really dark right now. So what I've been told was Lenape Road. The first sighting was right down the road from here. You see where the red light is?
Yeah. So the red light, guys, is right. You guys can see it in the corner right there.
Yeah, so like that's where the first sighting was, and now there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 active light police cars on the street right now with officers running down, like looking towards the stream on the grass. Like there's an officer right there, like he just turned off his flashlight. But like you can see, like it's kind of dark. I'm gonna see if I can run down a little more.
Let's see if we can unpixelate it a little bit for you guys.
It's kind of dark, so like
it's a black screen. Hold on, guys. Let's see if we can.
Like there's undercover officers already like post up, like their cars on the side, but like as you can see, this is Lenape Road right here. Most of the action is going on to the corner. I don't know if I can get closer. This is probably our limit, but like there's 3 that's the entrance to Water Glen on this side right here.
So you guys are seeing the entrance to Water Glen.
Yeah. So like the first sighting was there, and what we've been told was he's heading towards back Water Glen, so he's running through the woods over here, and there is a helicopter flying by, like circling.
I see it too, coming my way.
Yeah. So like, yeah, as you can see, all the officers have their lights on and their headlights.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're pointing towards the woods, just like everybody was saying, to point your lights towards the woods at your post.
Yeah.
Is that as close as we're able to get?
I could try a little more. I don't want to risk too much. I'm gonna walk down a little more.
Oh, you're on foot.
Yeah, I'm on foot right now.
Okay.
I don't want to be mistaken. But like, there's one trooper station here blocking off the road with his headlights heading, shining towards the woods, and like 3 other police cars are right down at the corner on the entrance of Water Glen.
Interesting.
Like the first sighting of the house where I'm at now, supposedly it's like 100 yards away, and it's not that far.
Interesting.
So like we're right here in the middle of the action.
And that shows how the perimeter is, guys. So that's how the perimeter is all around. You're going to see the police are strategically placed in areas that they're able to see both sides. So if he comes running out, they're going to see him. Yeah, it's very dark.
Yeah. There's officers running down like on foot as well, looking at the there's another is right above us right now.
Yeah, I see the helicopter on my end. Here comes that officer, guys, that he sees. You see that? So that's the same officer that just flew by him. So it shows that he's at the other side. You can see that live. So we just saw the officer that passed you pass us, and that was about 30 seconds. So he's on the other side of this roadblock. He's about 30 seconds up the road from here, driving at the speed the officer was driving. And this is Hong, just so you guys know his name, those that are asking.
Yes. So there is another car. I don't think we can see it, but like it's right in front of the first sighting property. I can only see the lights.
Yeah, I can see. So you guys see how the officers are placed. It's similar to what we're seeing here at Parkerville Road. It's at basically the same exact setup, and that's around the entire perimeter.
And like the helicopter is going extremely slow in this area.
That's a news helicopter. We just found out.
Oh, okay.
Now, what we're seeing is almost the same thing as last night, where they had yesterday when they saw him and then he ran off. It would be quite interesting if he makes it into day 6. Um,
Yeah. So the cul-de-sac from the neighbors, the cul-de-sac where he was at, it's like right between the entrance of Water, right there, Water Glen, and like just right around the corner. So like up and to the left. So like there are police officers posting by, like they're standing on foot, but we can't see them because it's kind of dark.
so you guys heard that there are officers that are standing in between the police cars on foot.
So, I'm with the neighbor here. There were several police cars that went down here earlier, some marked, some unmarked, and a couple of these guys parked their vehicles here and had all sorts of like tactical gear on, and helmets and camouflage and rifles and all sorts of things that walked up into there. So I know they have guys that are in the woods that are heavily armed, and I know there's a lot of police cars up in Wonderland. I heard last night or earlier today rather, that almost every driveway had a police car. So it seemed inside Wonderland. So there were several. Yeah, so there was manpower up in there. Yeah, there's a lot of multiple police manpower up in Wonderland. Neighbor just stated that there was mostly like every driveway had an officer on on scene as of right now. Large lot, so yeah, it's like a large lot.
Interesting. And you guys are watching this live. So Hong is at another intersection at the perimeter, and I am on the opposite side of the perimeter. I am on this side. He is essentially on the other end, and we know this because a police car drove by with its lights on, and about 30 seconds later, it reached our feed, which you guys saw. He made a turn onto Parkville Road. Parkersville. I'm terrible with names around here. I'm terrible with names, period. But Parkersville Road. So you guys see that the activity is fluid. It's not just here. It's all around that perimeter. And you can see some officers right there standing.
Yeah, it's kind of dark, but like there is an officer standing right next to like the second pole. And there's a stream right there. He's standing over on top of the stream. there's a culvert that goes under the road that goes straight through to Water Glen, I believe, to the other side of the woods. Make sure the guy's not swim or crawl. And he just wants to make sure, like the person is not gonna, run through there.
Interesting.
To get to the other side of the road. Like, yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So I'm on Parkersville, Nick, and then Hong is on at the entrance of Water Glen. So the activity is almost the same as you guys see here. I mean, literally, it's just about it's the same presence that you guys are seeing here. Okay. All right. Well, cool. Thanks for getting that angle. Um, yeah, that's a good shot. At least we know that the presence is all around the perimeter. It's not just. It shows everybody that there's a perimeter established. It's not just one corner, and people are saying I see one officer. It's officers everywhere, strategically placed throughout the area. All right, Hong, I'm gonna let you go unless something pops off. All right, thank you. So you guys saw, and I just got a text from a law enforcement source. Again, he says nothing yet. Um, there's nothing yet. They're still pursuing the suspect. They believe they have him in the woods over there, but there's nothing yet. There's the helicopter. Now let's hope that we see a development soon. We're going to be here all night regardless. It would be better to see a development unfold sooner than later, before midnight. Again, as you guys saw on two different FaceTimes now, the state police is here with a heavy presence. They have a trooper strategically placed about an equal distance apart from each other all the way around this water glen. And I'm not sure if Channel 6 has a camera on right now. If they do, feel free to go to their feed also and watch their feed, which will show the police lights in the air. I'm not sure if they're filming, but if they are, it's going to show the police lights in the air. And it should be a massive amount of police lights if you see it in the air. I can't access it from here. Um, but there's definitely a massive police presence. I'll check right now on their stream and see if they've got anything coming in about it, just so we can get a picture from the sky. And let's see if we can get a picture of the sky. The perimeter has been established for quite some time. So they narrowed it down yesterday to this corner. Originally, it was from the beginning of the roundabout all the way to the gas station, which is about a 48-minute walk from the prison. This is a 17-minute walk from the prison. So they narrowed it down immensely. It went from a 6-mile radius just about to a 1-mile radius. So let me see. I'm going to pull up Channel 6's feed just so I can show you guys the aerial shot if I'm able to. Yeah, it doesn't look like Channel 6 has anything. Let's double check on another stream and see if they have it there. Now, if they're not streaming, it could be possible that they're assisting law enforcement. Sometimes the news is asked to bring the helicopter and assist law enforcement, not to film, but to assist. And that could be something they're doing. Yeah, I'm not seeing any stream from the scene here. And that's what I'm looking for, to see if they have any, which is bizarre. And that's exactly why we're here. Because if they are going to release video later on, what's the point? People want to know what's happening right now. So if they are filming and they're holding it for later, that's just bizarre. But that's why we're here, and the feed is continuous. Even if there's no update, we're just filming. But when you have a police presence like this, it would definitely let the community feel more at rest if you show a live shot from the sky just to see how many police cars are here. That would be very, very helpful. And hopefully if they are filming and they air it later, that's a bit disappointing. Or if they don't air it at all, that means that they were asked to come here by law enforcement to help. But if they do air something later, that's a bit disingenuous. I'm gonna check their Facebook because sometimes they'll do a live on Facebook, and there's nothing. So either they're helping law enforcement, which I'm hoping is the case because they're a good network. But if they are filming and they air it later, it's just bizarre. Yeah, but for something like this, they can go live if they have permission to film and they're not here for law enforcement purposes. They can put it on Facebook or social media. I mean, it's not about revenue; it's about informing the public and getting at least the word out there. Which is why everybody that's asking if we accept donations, no, we're good. We're not here to make money off of this. We're not going to profit off of this. It's more just to let you guys know what's going on in the area and show you on the ground what everybody else isn't. I don't think he slipped the perimeter at all. But you see how dark it is on the other side where it's not lit up. Yes, the Pennsylvania State Police is in charge of the operation. I'm just looking for any updates. I don't see any. Um, and you guys saw this yesterday. It goes from 0 to 100 and then 100 to 0 fairly quick. I wouldn't call this 100 to 0. I call this very active. When they turn off the police lights around the perimeter, that's when I'll say that they might be backing off a little bit. But the fact that they have it's live on PHL 17. Do you know if there's an online uh, link? Let me check. So I don't see anything on their website. Let me check. Yeah, we're gonna. It's supposed to be channel 6, is what they're saying. It's on TV now. I just exited the feed. Let me go back. Which is what's? Are you saying that they're showing the scene now? Because if they're showing the scene now, I mean, that's why don't they have a live feed going on their social media, which is exactly why we're here. This stuff shouldn't be used to get more viewers at 10 o'clock than your competitor. It should be used to inform everybody of what's going on. And if they do air, if they did air it at 10, that's just it's a little wrong because they've been here now for what? They came back and forth 2 or 3 times, and instead they are more concerned about political coverage, which is just insane. So on channel 6, all I'm seeing is this. So I don't know where they're broadcasting. So there's another 911 call. This is what I mean. We're getting a lot of 911 calls for tips and sightings. Here's one that just came in. You guys can take a listen to it yourself. All right, here. Here's another one that just came in. Westbound Sweetsburg Road, west of Church Road, westbound Sweetsburg Road, west of Church Road. First suspicious condition. Caller saw a unknown race male wearing a gray t-shirt, dark colored pants. He ducked down after our caller's headlight shined on him. Caller believes that's the escape prisoner. Thank you. So there's another call that came in. So I mean, there are sightings, or I mean, people are calling in sightings and whatnot, but it looks like they're focused on this area. He's coming back. It took him about 10 minutes to get to where they were going. It was a different route. Yeah, so I don't know if that's they were getting calls again. Somebody said they saw them at Rita's getting water ice earlier today, um, and I said that would actually be probably the biggest twist in the case. That would beat him like breaking out of prison. If he broke out of prison to get Rita's, that would be pretty epic. But that didn't check out. I mean, Rita's is good, but I don't think it's worth breaking out of prison for. We'll be here until so either until at the earliest. I'm thinking 2 a.m. But if they shut off their lights or if they keep their lights on at 2, I'm staying until the lights turn off. Once they turn on, not this officer, this one's going to keep them on all night. But once that officer to our left and this officer to our right turns off his police lights, and if it's after 2, then we'll go. But if they're still on at 2, we'll be here. to just put this back in the charger. So the fact that they have their lights activated all around the perimeter, that's a very active scene. We haven't seen that yet in the manhunt. They have not activated their lights and lit up the perimeter. This is the first time they've done that. For those that are new to the story, they haven't done that before. So by activating their lights, that is a sign that they want him to, when they see those lights, turn around and go back toward the tactical teams that are likely right behind him. So compared to last night, to put it in perspective, the reason I'm saying active and fluid is because the goal that they have had from the beginning, the police, was to be quiet, be very like creepy and creep up on them and not show their presence. Now that they have lit up the perimeter, it basically shows him that he's surrounded, and it almost makes him desperate, which is not what they would want if they did not have him cornered in. Because if somebody like this gets desperate, they're not worried about killing somebody. So you have to remember that for them to turn on their lights like this, that's a very drastic measure, because he now knows that they are here and they are watching and they are ready to engage. So if he was to turn around, it's likely he's going to run into the tactical team. They're coming in from every direction. If he comes towards the street, he's going to be captured by a trooper out here. I mean, for all we know, it could be this guy right here that pops up. And uh, give me 1 second, guys. Let me just thank somebody. All right, guys, I'm back. So that was the neighbor. He's really cool. He brought down some like snacks and stuff for us while we wait out here, and he's also shocked that neighbors are complaining about us live streaming from the neighborhood. He says that's ridiculous when it doesn't show anything that doesn't make the area look good. It shows how serious they're taking this situation. So it's just bizarre. I mean, I don't know. To each their own. So I'm not gonna say anything. But this neighbor was very cool. He just brought us out some snacks and whatnot. We're still waiting for updates. I haven't seen anything from any of my sources. And let me see what time he texted me, just so I can give you guys the exact. At 10:08, he said, "Yeah, nothing." Because I asked, "Is there anything going good? Anything good?" He said, "Yeah, nothing." So they're still searching. The perimeter is still very active, but they don't have him in sight yet. But they know he's in that area. The neighbors there were essentially saying that you're making the neighborhood look bad, which is bizarre. But it's not his fault, and that's just what it is, you know. So don't slam him, because if they end up getting him in handcuffs, you guys are going to want to see that shot. And if you guys are saying that, I highly doubt he's going to FaceTime to come back on the stream. So I wouldn't say much. We should be very grateful that we were able to get that close. Nobody else got that close. You guys were the only ones, I think, at all that got that close, considering the massive media presence. Nobody got close. And then you look at your local news helicopters that are filming, but you're not going to see that maybe till tomorrow night, you know? So it was a very kind thing for him to do, you know, and that's something that he put himself at risk by doing. And we don't want to ruin his relation with the community, or his parents' relation with the community. They have to live there. So at least he said if something pops off, he's gonna get back in touch with us, and he's gonna um, FaceTime us. So let's not trash anybody. We're not here to trash people or make fun. I mean, the people that are on here saying stuff that's ridiculous, those people are people that haven't been following our coverage for the past few days. So just understand that he went above and beyond. And for other, he's the only neighbor that came out and, well, aside with this neighbor, that went above and beyond and did that for us. There are 271 homes. So if we're going to slam Matt, why don't we slam 271 homes for not giving us the same stuff? So it's not just one person, you know? Anyway, so let's get off that subject. We're still here. It's very active. Like I said, we're going to be here until at least 2 a.m. If he doesn't turn off his police lights and the one to the right doesn't, we're going to be here until he does. So I got some pictures I can show you guys. They're a little bit blurry, but this is from the scene that Hong just went to. Do you know the road name off the top of your head? That's literally the main road, Lenape That's 18. So earlier you guys heard 1875 Lenape Road. So let me show you guys what we've got. That's an officer that was stationed. That's the corner right at the entrance of the water. So that's the entrance of Water Glen Drive. There's that is the. Let me try to get away from. So here you can see. Crap, you can't see. Let me right there. You see how there's an officer standing? That's officers are posted up at random spots, standing in tactical gear around the perimeter. So he's guarding an underpass where there's a water point where there's like a creek, and there's like a little tunnel thing that you can go through. So he's there to make sure that the suspect doesn't come out of the water. Okay. Now let's go to, and I'm gonna put these pictures up on Twitter in a little bit, so you guys can see them clearly. Here's a clearer. Let's see if we have any other. That's also Water Glen. Um, so here you see a trooper with his rifle out. These are unmarked U.S. Marshals from the CERT team, and that's from yesterday. That was a trooper from yesterday. But essentially, that's what we have so far. And if something does develop, we're going to hear it first. If somebody's arrested, we'll know. If somebody is um, handcuffed, we're hoping it's in front of Matt's, we'll know. No, Hong is he's a colleague of mine. The neighbor we're not identifying. He's the one that took us to the area as close as he can get without interfering. Give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna try to upload these pictures on another phone so I can have him tweet it off my handle, just so they're a little bit clearer. Let's see if we can. And this guy was like awesome. Hong says he gave us like a whole bag of snacks, and again, we're not asking for anything. That was just random, but I figure at this point, if we're gonna be here till 2, we'll grab it. Yeah, can we get moderators on Twitter? No. Let's see if I see somebody I recognize. I'll click it, but I want to see somebody I recognize. Um, True Crime Weekly. That was just taken. So I don't know if I click on the individual. All I see is so I can't. So how do you? I don't think you can set up a moderator. I just clicked somebody, and it's not giving me an option. Oh, Kyle? Yeah, all right. Hold on. So no, there's no option for me to make anybody a mod, which is bizarre. Let me see. Yeah, there's no I don't know. There's nothing really for me to click. So I don't think we can get any mods, unfortunately. I wish we could. And so I don't really care. So I mean, if there's a troll, just ignore them. If I've been ignoring them for about 10 years, I'm pretty sure you guys can do it. So I'm not concerned. But Kyle, yeah, that's cool that you're on. I definitely mod you. We went to high school together. Yeah, there's no mods on X. That's a maybe somebody should tag Elon Musk and let him know. Just give me a second. I'm not looking at the comments real quick. I have to try to sync something so I can send the footage over so I can put it up for you guys to see. I don't think I have a beautiful voice. I'll tell you that right now. And a lot of politicians would disagree with you because they do not like my voice when I'm on their tail. Let's see if I can get this. Anyway, guys, so I'm working to get this footage for you. Give me a sec. Water. Is this because of Mayor of Easttown? Murder Dirter? Is that what you guys are talking about? That's it's definitely funny. And Kate did a great job. I met Kate in 2011 or 2012, and she puts her all in stuff like this. She was the perfect fit for the Delco role. It's a funny. If you guys aren't from Delco, definitely check out the movie. It's funny. Not funny. It's a true crime story, but it's kind of the accent and there's something on SNL. If you type in uh, Delco accent SNL, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. It's kind of humorous. Is what Ridley? Sorry, guys. Just give me a sec. I'm trying to link this phone. No, my accent. I don't think I have an accent. No, if I was district attorney, there'd be a lot of. I mean, it'd be good for the public. I'll tell you that right now. But I don't think that it would be. I'd be a thorn in the side to a lot of. Uh, I'm not gonna run and get assassinated. Let me just tell you that. With what the amount of people that deserve to be investigated. Anyway, we're still waiting for any update. There's still nothing from my guys who are at the command center. Um, so, all right, cool. We got this. I'm gonna link these photos and throw them up for you guys just so you can see them on a thread. Yeah, we're live right now. Let me see my Twitter. All right, that was weird. True Crime Weekly. I'm gonna have Hong check that right now. Can you go to my DMs and look for True Crime Weekly? Where was that at? True Crime WKLY. Oh, True Crimes. And I'm gonna have Hong go through my DMs. I didn't notice how many there are. Give me a second. And yeah, anybody that's asking if they can stream this, yeah, go ahead. The goal isn't to get as many views as I can on this specific thread or live. It's just to get the word out to as many platforms as possible. I gave permission to the media to use it as well. So if they want to use it, they're welcome to. If you're a YouTuber, you're welcome to. Um, Obviously, Grizzly's 1,000% welcome to. And if she has any questions or anything, or if she wants us to get a certain, um, if she has any questions, she can reach out to us. But yeah, feel free to DM. Yeah, this is more about just making sure that we use as many platforms as possible to get the news out. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a phone call really quick. The feed's gonna stay live. I'm taking a phone call. Hong is gonna be here, so Hong, you want to just step up and if you see questions coming up, answer them if you have the answer.
How are you guys? As of right now, no. Um, we know that there's a lot of police presence in the woods right now. I just came back from the Lenape Road. That was literally like the neighbor said it was 100 yards away from this morning from like the first sighting. It's funny actually. He told me that that was the house where the first video of the suspect came from, where he was running past the backyard and he was basically there today. So yeah. Yes, they are checking every garage. What I was like, the neighbor told me that earlier this morning at that there was more than basically every driveway had a police presence to go through each house to make sure everyone is safe in the development. They have been using dogs, so there's dogs in the woods right now with the tactical force that's trying to locate the suspect. Like what my colleague said earlier, with these dogs are highly trained, so they don't bark unless there is a situation where they have to. I can't answer that right now because they got to locate the suspect first. I don't know. Let's hope like their best. Like I don't know. So I just got a view of the woods in this area, which is really bad because there's a lot of high grass, like literally where a suburban will have a hard time getting through. So you could just imagine how hard it is for the police force as of right now, trying to locate this person inside the woods. Um, I think he's just staying in the area because there is no place for him to go. Honestly, he's an illegal here. Obviously, killed his girlfriend, got sentenced, and where else would he go? So what's going to stop him is basically like going into homes again. Is it's the holiday is over and all the residents are back in their properties, and every day there's a huge quiet police present, I will say, for this individual. Like right now, as you can see, like they're trying to like push him towards the tactical force that's walking in the woods. Usually, like this morning, like what Nick said, that like we didn't even see any troopers hiding from the area. Like that's how good they are. And like once they said on the scanners all lights turn on, that's when we knew there was this much troopers around us. Yes. Right now, there's a helicopter circling around the perimeter. I mean, it's looks like the police are heavily like they're trying to get him by the end of the night because there's a huge police presence. Um, as you can see from there, where I was earlier at Lenape Road, there is about five, six police cars facing with their headlights on right into the woods, and they're all on feet. Nick's in a call right now. He'll be right back with JLR. We're waiting for our source to come back. He's really active in the woods right now.
100%. And then also keep in mind, like, okay, sounds good, Johnny. Thank you. All right, guys, so I'm back. Had to make a quick call to my buddy, Jonathan. Anyway, so 10:32. I'm checking right now. Give me 1 second.
The fire department arrived. It's going to be access from the rear to go up to the address. Value to all units on the perimeter. Sir, in county, sir, we'll be moving through with night vision and white light. If you hear anything approaching your position, light it up. If it's suspect, challenge them. Units, patrol units on the perimeter, Route 52. Stay vigilant there. He could be pushed out that way.
Corner 212, you can close that dispatch.
You heard that. Let me get that up also for those that are not watching. I'm going to throw it up on Twitter.
Value to all units on the perimeter. Sir, in county, sir, we'll be moving through with night vision and white light. If you hear anything approaching your position, light it up. If it's suspect, challenge them. Units, patrol units on the perimeter, Route 52. Stay vigilant there. He could be pushed out that way. Value to all units on the perimeter. Sir, in county.
So you guys heard that.
Value to all units on the perimeter. Sir, in county, sir, we'll be moving through with night vision and white light. If you hear anything approaching your position, light it up. If it's suspect, challenge them. Units, patrol units on the perimeter, Route 52. Stay vigilant there. He could be pushed out that way.
One more time, just so we get it clear.
If you hear anything approaching your value to all units on the perimeter. Sir, in county, sir, we'll be moving through with night vision and white light. If you hear
This is a replay, guys.
If you hear anything approaching your position, light it up. If it's suspect, challenge them. Units, patrol units on the perimeter, Route 52. Stay vigilant there. He could be pushed out that way.
Corner 212, you can close that dispatch.
All right, guys, I'm just sending this out on Twitter. For those of you that are local, can you let us know where exactly that is from our location while I check this? Is that close by? Is that close by? Yeah, it was a little bit ago, but the fact that they are still making moves. That's okay. Well, that's interesting. So I guess see, that's what I mean, guys. You guys are gonna see something maybe. No, the trooper's not in his car. Interesting, guys. I'm just texting a law enforcement source to see if everything. All right, guys. So yeah, we're looking for any movement. I'm waiting for text back. I'm gonna also let Grizzly know if she wants any information. She can reach out to me or Hong directly. Yeah, so I don't see any update. Let me ask the command center. So we're checking right now with law enforcement to see if they have any update. Yeah, I just sent Grizzly my colleague's cell phone number. Um, if she wants to shoot a text or a call. Yes, he's a survivalist. Yes, he's a survivalist. Let me grab some Tylenol real quick. I have a headache. I'm standing right here. The Tylenol's right next to me, so give me 1 second, guys. You might get a text or a phone call. Wait on this, and if you see anybody posting the posting link, post it, put their name on it. Yeah, guys, I have Gatorades, waters, and everything you can imagine. No, they did not apprehend him. He's not apprehended yet. All right, guys. So yeah, so far I haven't heard anything. Did you get a text from? Okay, I haven't gotten any update from my law enforcement source about the push, like this push right now that they're doing. I'm about to find out in a little bit. Where's 6ABC live from? The roundabout? Whoever said 6ABC is live, is that from the roundabout or is that from another shot? Oh God. So that's what I mean. So like they're all stationed about a quarter mile away from us. And information like that where he was spotted and this and that, that's not something you should save for a later broadcast. That's something that's like breaking news, especially in the local community. That would be breaking news. It's something they should take the air over for, but it is what it is. Nah, this is as close as I can get unless we get an update from Matt or if we hear gunshots. Good question about the officer standing. Let me check. I'm gonna check and see. You guys want me to bring the camera with me to see if the officer is standing there? So from here, I can't tell. I don't see him. Nah, my battery's fine. I have it on 100. It's been charging since this began. Interesting. So I don't know if he's on foot or if he's in the car. Obviously, I'm not going to approach the car unless it's an emergency. No, I'm not approaching the car. But from here, you guys can see a little bit better and see that there's a spotlight. Give me a second to try to clear it up. You see the spotlight over there that the trooper has. And there you can see the sign of, if it picks up, or it's terrible because of how dark it is. But I'm not going to go any further than like right here, just out of respect. I'm grateful that they let us come this close. So we're gonna stay from like this back for obvious reasons. But but it's very quiet out. Like, ready, listen to how quiet it is. And in a few minutes, we'll shut off our car too. Um, Let me see what make sure my battery's at 100 before I get it off. Then you guys aren't going to be able to see the road as clearly as you can right now. So we're going to keep it on just so you guys can see. Because without the lights on, it's going to look like that. So we're keeping the lights on. And Matt says it's as quiet at Water Glen, and that's a tactic that the state police use. 1875 Lenape again. So 1875 Lenape is literally up here. Hong was on the other side. When the state police vehicle came, you guys saw him with his police lights on from Hong's FaceTime. Hong was over there. I'm over here in this area, and it took about 30 seconds. So from us to 1875 Lenape is about 30 second. It's a 30-second drive that way, maybe a couple minute walk. The perimeter is 1 mile around this specific forest or wooded area. Yeah, I don't see any cops standing outside, which is interesting. I'm gonna go down here so I'm not in the way. Maybe you guys can see down here. I hear more cars coming, so I'm gonna head up. But you guys can see that they're moving. So that officer down there is outside of his car. Um, I don't see this officer. Do you guys see? And then here's the sign I'm talking about. So that's where we are, right? That's the street. For those of you that are wondering where we are, it's Parkerville Road and Lenape. Nobody should be nobody has the power to block any comments, and I'm not actively obviously muting anything. I'm a little bit preoccupied. I don't really care what people say about me. I can care less. I haven't cared ever. Obviously, I'm here right now, so if I cared about what people thought about me, I'd be at home, which I'm not. So I can really care less about what people have to say. And I think that if you guys look into my history of reporting, you'll see that I can care less about what people say. They call me fake news all you want, but I mean, if this is fake, then so be it. So I can really care less. And yeah, so I'm not like, again, I really don't care about trolls. And it's funny. So people mention the fake news thing. Uh, like I said before, I chase untold stories, very, very, at times, high stake stories where people are outraged at abuse of power and stuff to that effect. And when I cover that, there's a consequence. And I've been told, which it's public, I've been told freedom of speech doesn't protect you from the consequences of speaking freely. Well, I really that's not gonna. I'm here, so I'm fine. Anyway, so what we see is, let me see. I think is there an update? Is it? All right, so let me read this out. All right, guys. So this is from Matt. Um, red is the tight perimeter. Yellow is the outer perimeter. You guys see that? So the yellow is how big the perimeter is, but they are focused in between the red. On this job, I'm not doing it for the money. We're not making any money. It's just about getting the information out. Somebody's got to do it, like I said before. So here is the map. If anybody, I'll leave it up for a few more seconds so you guys can understand it. All right. And in about 5 seconds, I'm going to take it off so I can read it again and tell you guys what it stands for. So on this map, I can't see with the comments. Let me see. On this, and the troopers outside. On this map, I am on Lenape, and so I don't know if I can see. Let me. I'll show you guys in a second on another map. But anyway, again, that's that. The yellow is outer perimeter. Red is tight perimeter slash sweep zone. Oh, and blue is my location. Um, that no, it can't be. Oh, blue. So that blue right there, this blue, not that. This is me. So I'm here. Red is tight perimeter. No, no, that's Matt's location. So you see that blue right there. You guys see what I'm talking about? That blue circle right there. You guys see that? So that's us here. That's the search area. This is the entire perimeter. But the trooper is back out. No, Matt's not live. Again, the neighbors were being extremely weird for some reason. But again, I'll show you a little bit so we're not just looking at the same thing. I don't want to make it boring for you guys so you guys see everything. Um, again, I'm going to show you the difference in the lighting. So when you see the lighting, you see that's without lights. That is with lights. So you can see the difference almost. Like you could literally see from here to here how dark it gets. And try to focus. So up behind us, you're going to see. Let me actually grab a lantern. I think my colleague had one. Do you have that lantern? Okay, never mind. It's dead. So where the other news networks is, if you see that flashing light, they're a quarter mile around that bend. You guys see that? Yeah, that's a sergeant. That's a sergeant. That's a sergeant around the bend. So my law enforcement source just said, quote, not looking good. That came from him just now. Not looking good. Again, so a law enforcement source, I asked if there's any update, and he just said, quote, not looking good. He's not going to elaborate. He's only giving me like three or four word answers because he's actively, uh, his main focus isn't me. It's obviously his job, but he he's been spot on. Like everything I've told you guys in the past couple of days has panned out, and you saw it pan out. Um, from the press conferences to the burglaries to the only thing that we haven't asked about yet, because I haven't gone to the press conference, is about the map. So that's something I'll go and personally ask, is about the map. Not looking good, basically, I take it as if they were onto him a little bit better, he would clarify. So by not looking good means they might be having some problems, but I'm not going to say that that's they've been having this all the time. They've been saying, so it's not like alarming. He can pop out any second. Just because it doesn't look good right now doesn't mean he's not going to pop out in 2 minutes, you know? And you can hear how eerily like quiet it is out here. I can try that. Um, I'd rather be the one asking, posing the question, since it's something that came directly to me rather than having him ask. I'd rather her confirm or deny it to my face or say that it's a lie, instead of, because I know she's not going to say that the source is spot on. Everything that he said from the beginning has panned out. Again, from burglaries to sightings to the ring cameras to just about everything. Nothing he said didn't pan out. There hasn't been something. So I'd rather be there so that way I can ask. I'm not saying she's going to lie, but I'd rather be there and be the one to ask since I'm the one with the information. And that would only take 20 minutes. I mean, I can literally run in and run out. Let me see if this can get a better shot for you guys. Is Are you able to see? Um, Let me see if I can show you guys through here. So that's a better zoom. I'm using another camera just so you guys can see. Let me see if I can get a shot. Okay, so let's see if you guys can see this. So you see that he has something strapped around like his shoulder. And that's the officer right in front of us. I can't tell. For those of you who were watching last night, they had the rifles out. Let me see if I can pull that up. And then again, here's another like notice. This is from yesterday, but you can see the stripes on that state trooper. Almost every state trooper here has a higher rank. It's not like I don't know how they managed to pull so many high rank officials to come from. I don't know how many sergeants the state police has, but every state trooper that I met so far is a sergeant or a lieutenant. Like even right here, this is yesterday as well. And let me zoom in again. Stripes. So they're not bringing out rookies for this, guys. They're bringing out people that have been with the department for some time. You don't join and become a sergeant, you know? And I haven't found, I don't think I have any pictures of an officer that's not a sergeant, a state trooper that's not a sergeant. I'm going to keep going through real quick and see if I can find any. But they all appear to be sergeants. Yeah, they're like all sergeants. Let me, he's going to check on. No, he's not in Oxford. Somebody said he was at Rita's. Somebody said he was in Maine. Somebody said he was in a ton of different areas. Looks like law enforcement. I've been here for a while. I don't know who's. You guys can hear me, I'm sure, right? I highly doubt he got out of the perimeter. That's. Uh, you guys are gonna see when he gets captured or killed that it's gonna be most likely in this perimeter. If not, that'd be wild. There's no bears out here. People were saying. No, there's more than one. All three are right here. This has been a very interesting manhunt because it gets so dramatic and then it dies down rather quickly. And that would be a good time. I see. I don't know if maybe if they see him, they'll play the surrender message. But right now, they want to guide him toward the law enforcement. So then he turns around and goes back toward the other law enforcement. Yeah, I've got some crackers. Guys, for those of you that are just joining, understand that these manhunts rarely end quickly. Um, eh, the last one was 21 days, and they caught him very within a few mile radius of the prison. Again, the guy that executed and ambushed state police officers got away for 48 days, and that was somebody shooting their own. So obviously, when they do that, they have all the manpower, and it's it's hard to if you technology isn't able to find and do everything, especially in these kind of areas. You have um, wooded areas where thermal imaging can hardly get through due to the amount of brush up top. You have the creeks, you have cornfields, you have barns, you have chicken coops. It's not like it's something that they can realistically get done that quick. It hasn't been done. If they caught him yesterday or today, even that would be almost. I don't know what the record is. Maybe somebody can Google um, shortest manhunt for escaped murderer in the United States and see what comes up, and then look at longest manhunt. So like check both and let me know what you guys see. I don't have access to the phone. Boston Bombers. That was quick, but that was also they shut down all of Boston for that. And this guy isn't the Boston Bomber, so that's a big an extreme comparison. Yeah, this is live, but yeah, Boston police, they are wild. They literally went. It was more than door to door. These guys are crazy. Like they nailed it with him. Um, so Ted, but was Ted a convicted murderer? I'm saying what a convicted murderer escaping prison. What is um the shortest manhunt? Look it up and let me know. And you have to put the word convicted. I can't confirm it. I did hear the troopers. I overheard them saying it. It was at this post right here where they said it. But look at if you Google something along the lines of longest manhunt for escaped convicted murderer. Let's see what it says. Like average manhunt. This is actually like it's rather early in the manhunt, 5 days. Um, if it goes further than 14, then it's gonna slowly get up there. But then again, you have to keep in mind the last one was 21 days or so in Pennsylvania, and that's just how it is. they're not magicians at the end of the day. They can't just make them appear, but they have it surrounded very visibly. And also, the other guy that escaped, um, who was accused of murder, he wasn't convicted yet. It took him 21 days, and he was within a couple of miles. The 21-day one was certainly on CNN. Google Michael Burham, Burham, Michael Burham. Look him up. He was on. That was definitely on CNN. That was everywhere. It was on CNN, Fox, ABC, CBS. I mean, it was everywhere. The whole country, News Nation, everybody covered it. No, so they got his smell, sure, but from what I understand, um, they lost the scent when it came nearby water, and that's when they put boats in the water and they had them going up the Brandywine River and all of that in the riverbanks. So when you are on the run and a canine is onto you, if you go through the water, it's going to lose the scent if you cross through the pond or the river or whatever it is. So once the dog stops at the water, you have to assume that he entered the water. Yeah, he was at Carco on the day he escaped. I believe that was Thursday morning. I don't know if it was at the Brandywine. I know that they did canvass Brandywine and leading up to the Delaware River just to be sure. But there was a body of water that they, I'm assuming, lost his scent at, which is when they did a water search. But at the end of the day, for them to have the perimeter set here, I would say they are like 99.9% sure that this is the location where he is. And you have another officer pulling in. And then, yeah, and Eric Freen is a big one, and he executed state police officers exiting the barracks, leaving work. So that was one of their own. That they're like family. So it was like somebody shooting their family member, and it took them 48 days. So I mean that you do the math, you know. And obviously they took that extremely serious when you're killing their own people. See, yeah, 2 hours. That's what I mean. But was that for a convicted murderer? No, I'm good right now. Thank you so much. Yeah, now I mean you have to be more specific and look for an escaped murderer because these are much more. I mean, they'll catch somebody in 20 minutes leaving a jail. Sometimes, you know, they'll catch them right outside the property. This is. Hold on, I think I'm hearing enough there. Give me 1 second. All right, so here's a recent dispatch.
Hold your positions there. Search moving towards that corner there between 52 and Balance Street.
So I'll play that again for you.
52 and Balance Street. Hold your positions there. Search moving towards that corner there between 52 and Balance Street.
Again, I'll play it for you guys.
52 and Water Glen. 52 and Water Glen. Search moving in that direction.
All right. All right. See you. Bye. All right, guys. So yeah, there's movement going on. They're onto something over there. I'm trying to get more information right now. Let me play that again.
Make sure somebody's watching a drainage pipe at 52 and Water Glen.
They're looking at the drainage pipe. That's the drainage pipe that we showed you guys earlier. Remember, we showed you the drainage pipe. That is the drainage pipe we showed you where a trooper was stationed.
Search moving in that direction. They're hearing activity. He waved when he saw it. Foot raised tall and one dealer reflecting best flash. Hey, make sure somebody's watching a drainage pipe at 52 and Water Glen. 52 and Water Glen. Don't Water Glen. Goes underneath Water Glen right by 52.
All right, guys, so I'm working to find out more right now. Um, I'm gonna show you the photo of the officer posted there once more. I'm gonna let me grab the camera. Sorry, I'm trying to load the camera so I can turn it on. I'm gonna show you the photo right now of the officer. Let me see. So let me make sure this one's not as clear. Is it? Yeah. So here is that is the officer standing by the the unit or where they're going. 52 in Water Glen, the drainage pipe. That's where the officer is. Okay. Let me see if I have another shot, which we did. Yep, we have one more shot of him. As you can see, he has what appears to be a rifle. Let me see if I can zoom any more. That's where he is. And yeah, I wish I can show you guys I should have done it during the day. Can you charge that lantern? Try charging. If he can charge the lantern, I have there's a water, like a sewage thing behind me, but it's too dark. So if he can get me the light, I'm gonna head right behind. I can walk. It's like 2 seconds behind me. I want to show you guys another a similar a water or sewage drain that officer is standing on, because there's one right behind us, but it's very dark. So I need to get the if he's in there, that'd be great. I mean, there's troopers everywhere, so I'm not concerned. Give me 1 second. Let me check on the lantern. Keep your ears open just in case something pops up. You see it, Fletcher? I mean, you could turn it on for a few seconds, but it'll go off. You see it? You see it? You could turn it on for a few minutes. It would turn. Yeah. It's gonna work for at least 5 minutes. I don't think so. You gotta make sure. All right, guys, I'm gonna take you over to the water drainage behind us. I want you guys to see that. All right, so let's go. Hong's gonna let me know if you hear anything on the radio, and then if you get a text. And if the light goes out, obviously come down there so I can see. I'm gonna show you guys a similar drainage pipe. So this one's a lot smaller, Hong says, compared to the other one. So you see the water. This is a much smaller one. So it's hard to see, but this place is full of these. No, we're not going in. Um, this is full of them, and you can see how it's built. Go back up there so the trooper knows you're okay. You see that? And that's where the light's gonna die. So we're gonna head back up. Ooh, I was just trying. All right, so that's what it was. Hopefully, you guys grabbed some screenshots. What kind of charger does this need? What kind of charger does this need?
Like USB to USB.
It needs a USB to USB. I mean, if there's anybody local that has like a flashlight that wants to drop it off, we can that we can use. But anyway, that is the sewage. So it's similar to what they are looking at right now. Just to give you some perspective of how dark and hard it is to find somebody in this. No, I do have a chair, but I'm good. That was, yes, sorry, storm drain. And let me correct that on Twitter. But yeah, it's a storm drain.
Sergeant Flowers from Trooper Gal. Hey, sir just came out of the woods. Is there any more water down here for them? Yeah, we're on the way.
All right, so I just corrected it just to make sure. Um, so you guys saw that. So it's a really like it's very quiet, and you guys heard on the radio how active it is. So just because it looks quiet, you know that he might be heading toward them through the drain because they heard movement in front of them is what I understood. Not on this drain, they're not. That's what I mean. The perimeter is very tight, so they have a very good understanding of where he is. At least a general area. No, Cert's not out, I don't think. I think they're asking for more water. What?
Came out the woods to do some water before going back in.
Yeah, Cert came out of the woods just to grab water, and they're going back in. The street sign is Parkersville. I'm never gonna memorize it. It's Parkersville. Yes, I'm at Parkersville Road in Lenape. Yeah, he said that's what he said. He said not looking good. But stuff changes very rapidly. 1 second it's not looking good. The next second you have movement. So it's a that's what a manhunt is. It goes from seeing something to not. Otherwise, it would just be like a search. The guy is good at what he's not good at what he's doing, but he's able to evade them, and it's an easy area to evade them in. Yeah, I don't think a deer is gonna go through that. Not easy at all, but put yourself in his shoes. The adrenaline itself, if you have an army of police chasing you, you have an adrenaline rush. You're gonna, whether you can see or not, you're running towards whatever. But let me just explain again. So the reason why I'm saying this is very active is because the lights on down there and the lights on around the corner. This is the first time they've done that. They haven't lit it up like that. So there's somebody walking up behind us with a flashlight. I'm not sure if it's a police officer. Let me see if I can show you guys. Give me a second. I'm going to try to turn this. Let me. Do you guys? So there's a flashlight coming our. Well, now it disappeared. There it is. You guys see that? That's a flashlight coming from behind us towards the state trooper, but it keeps turning off. I'm not sure if it's a neighbor. So what I'm hearing is from what Hong is saying. Let me turn the camera back around. There are residents that are trying to collect the $10,000 reward, so they're walking around trying to catch the guy, and that came from Hong, and he heard it from the neighbor he was driving with. So there's like a group of neighbors at the top by the roundabout that are trying to catch him. So that's one of them. I'm sure. I would hope he's armed. Now, just so you guys know, I don't think the shoot to kill or the I mean not shoot to kill. I don't think the authorization to execute stands for the public. That's for law enforcement. Unless he's coming at you, I'm pretty sure you can't just shoot him. And there's a reward, yes, but that doesn't mean you can come to the perimeter. The perimeter is not where you're going to be able to collect the reward. Obviously, they know he's in there, so you're not going to get a reward by catching him right by breaking into the perimeter to get the guy. So that's not how that would work. Because if he goes through the woods, he might get shot. So they're not allowed to go in there looking. Yes, CERT is not civilians. They're specially trained law enforcement officers from various levels. Those guys are like trained for situations like this, prison riots, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, it's unusual. I wonder if it's one of the same neighbors that doesn't want us filming. Maybe. Yeah, civilians aren't authorized to shoot the guy unless he's like posing a threat. So they told him to actively surrender in his native language through his mother's voice. She recorded it. I, if I heard correctly, the state um, police colonel today at the press conference said that they're going to be playing the message not just by air but by also vehicle, and I'm sure that the units on the ground have something that if they see him and they can play it quickly if they're gonna play it again. But if he's which every which it's very likely if he's in the perimeter, he heard the message. I didn't hear the message myself. I've been here. I was here when they played the message. I didn't hear it, but he should know. It's common sense if you're going to escape from a prison with a murder conviction that you risk your life. So you don't really need um, to reiterate that to the guy. Yeah, I mean, if he poses a threat, I believe you can. TJ, correct me if I'm wrong, but if he poses a threat, you can't just shoot somebody in the back, right? Yeah, I don't think so. The stand your or the castle uh, was it TJ? Yeah, so you can't shoot them in the back. You can defend it, but if he's running away, you can't shoot him right in the back. You cannot shoot him in the back. These guys are authorized to shoot him in the back. The police are. Exactly. So, but the police can shoot him in the back if he does not surrender. I mean, you could probably hit him with a crossbow. Yeah, it does depend on the threat, but if he is walking towards you and you see him and he turns around and runs away, you can't fire, I don't believe. No, I'm not leaving any. So I already told you guys the earliest I'm going to leave is at 2 a.m., and that's only if that trooper turns off his lights. So until CERT leaves the area, we're not going anywhere. No, he doesn't have the same rights, but it's a human right and a federal. You if somebody is surrendering, you cannot shoot them, even if you're the police. If they are actively surrendering with their hands up on the ground, you cannot shoot them. Um, but in even in this case, if he is actively surrendering, they cannot shoot him. But if he turns around and runs, the police can shoot him because he is then not actively surrendering. Nothing new over the scanner, I don't believe. Can you check? Hung? Yeah, exactly. This is different set of rules when you have a convicted murderer. He's not accused of a crime. He's convicted. Yeah, it's stand your ground. You're not allowed to stand on everybody else's ground and fire away. So I mean, if he's on your property and he's a threat, you can shoot him. If he's running away from you, you can't shoot him, and you can't walk down the street to shoot him either. We're on the side of the road, and we have clearance by the state police to park here. We asked before we set up. We didn't just show up and set up shop. We asked. Yeah, he walked there in broad daylight. Now, keep in mind, um, I'm not gonna get into it right now, but yeah, he walked there in broad daylight. He's been here since we got here. I'm not sure when his shift changes. I think he's in that search area in the perimeter. I don't know where, but I think he's in that search area. The last sighting was today by law enforcement and five residents. One on Lenape Road at 4 on Water Glen. I don't know if he purchased. So the clerk, I'm gonna revisit if they're open tomorrow to see if I can get some clarity. The clerk gave surveillance, or the store gave surveillance to the police of him at the store. I asked what time and under what circumstances was it? Did he steal something? Was he suspicious? Did he buy something? And she said she didn't understand English at that point. The last sighting was literally, um, so I think it started at 1875 Lenape, which is just about 30 seconds up this way driving. And then he went to Water Glen and was seen at the same, basically the same area of the homes that he broke into and the area that he was on Ring. 1875, yeah. So from what I'm hearing is the same woman who called 911 to report the man running through the woods is the same woman who provided the Ring footage to police. So she probably has that on Ring as well. Yeah, I'll get this one pinned to the top here. Let me see. There should only be one live. I'll pin. Should I pin this one to the top? It should only be. Oh, okay. Let me pin it. So it's not letting me pin it. Let me try it again. All right, so it should now be the second thing on my profile. Let me double check. No, it's not letting me pin. Let me try this. Let me make sure I get it up there for you guys. So what's weird is I'm getting some DMs from people that are saying they were blocked by a moderator. I don't have moderators, so I'm trying to see how to unblock somebody. No, so it's weird. It's not letting me post the pin for the live. I'm gonna add it to the thread, and I unpinned the other one, which is 1 second, guys. I'm gonna get trying to make sure that this is cool. So I threw it up on the thread. It's not letting me pin it, but I threw it up on the and I retweeted it just so people know it's the latest. All right, cool. So I threw it up there. No updates except um, what we've been discussing. For those of you that are just joining us, there was a some kind of a spotting of movement of some sort uh, on Water Glen heading toward a storm drain, I believe. We showed photos of an officer on top of the storm drain so you guys can understand. And then we also went to a nearby storm drain behind us that is basically a mirror image of the storm drain the other officer is guarding. And I was able to show you guys inside the drain. The lantern died, the light, and we need a USB to USB, something that I have back at the house, but I didn't know that there was a lantern. I just found out that he has a lantern. So this is day 5. After midnight, it's day 6. Is it midnight? Yeah, this is live. If it's midnight, it's day 6. I don't. I can't see the time from right here, but here we go. There's another trooper, I believe. It's a marked car. That's Westchester Police. Yeah, the marshals are very active. Cert push is complete. Hung, can you double check? Can you double check the latest dispatch about some? Hold on, he's bringing it over. You can see the trooper still standing.
County using units on the inner perimeter of Water Glen and Ballard Street. County using units on the inner perimeter of Water Glen and Ballard Street. You can fall back to the roadway. County using units, inner perimeter units on Water Glen and Ballard Street. Fall back to the roadway. The cert push is complete. Cert push is completed.
Cert push is completed. He's not in. He's not in custody. The search push has been completed. Um, we're still going to stay live just in case. Let's see them leaving the area. You guys are going to see the state police and everybody coming by. They're going to drive by to leave the area. So we're going to show you that. So you guys are going to probably see in a couple of minutes they should be driving um, back. I'm imagining I'm going to shoot a text over right now to a law enforcement source and see what's going on with. Let me find out what this means. We're about to find out. I'm asking. No, I don't think they caught him. I'm asking right now. No, so that means I asked, cert push complete. What's that mean? He responded, they pushed, no one found. Again, they pushed, no one found. That's what that means. So there's nobody in custody. So it's the second time in 2 days where they had him cornered somewhere in this perimeter and he managed to evade them. So, with that said, I'm sure we're going to be going through this either again later or tomorrow. But we're staying here, as I said earlier. I'm in Delaware County. Now, keep in mind, that just means that they're falling back a little bit. He can easily then reappear thinking that the coast is clear. Because what I imagine is going to happen, they're going to close the police lights. This guy's going to keep his lights on due to traffic to make sure nobody goes that way. But I imagine that officer down here, he's going to turn off his lights. And when he turns off his lights, that means that they're going back to acting like they left the area. Oh yeah, the police aren't going anywhere. So all the police lights that you see, which is why I wanted the news helicopter to air it for you guys, so you can see how massive it is from the sky. The perimeter that you see, they're simply going to turn off their police lights, but they're not going anywhere. The perimeter is going to stay as is until he's captured. Here's one officer coming right now. This is a state trooper right here. All right, I'll show you guys the perimeter again. So here's the perimeter for those of you that missed it earlier. Um, Yellow is the entire perimeter. Yellow is the entire perimeter. I'm going to turn off the radio because you guys are listening to it too, so you can tell me if you hear something. So yellow is the entire perimeter. Red is the focus zone that they were at today. Parked car is where Matt lives, and um, the blue right here is where we are. So he was seen. That's the area that they searched heavily. Okay, yellow is the entire perimeter, which means you can see this officer and these three. We're right here. So along this entire yellow uh, perimeter, there are police cars placed at the same distance of each other, like they are right here. The way they are placed here, which is why the helicopter shot is very important so people understand how large the perimeter is. That's the whole perimeter. Around this entire perimeter, there are police stationed. So if there are three in my vision and I'm only right here, there has to be maybe 100, if not more, cars around the entire perimeter. You guys see? So the perimeter is large and they have it surrounded with troopers. There's no coming out without being seen. And then keep in mind, all of these streets are flooded with police. They at least three or four patrol cars, state troopers, are in each one of these neighborhoods. This neighborhood has police. This neighborhood has police. This one, this one, this one. Like all of the inner right here has police. The outer has police. So with that in mind, put yourself in to give you a better perspective. The guy can't really get out of that perimeter. There is no realistic way. When I see three patrol cars right in front of me and I am only that blue circle, that speaks volumes. It shows you the police presence. And then Hong showed you the other angle, which was almost identical to this, where the police were also strategically placed at a similar distance. So when you take the whole perimeter in account, you're really looking at about 100, if not more, police cars. And then also inside the perimeter, every street has a police car. Here comes another car. Every street has a police car. Every neighborhood has a police car. Um, it's very, very, very well protected, the perimeter. And if you house, there's a police presence in every neighborhood. So if they see somebody walking, they're gonna move. And as Matt said, he had troopers on his deck. Every residence had a trooper on their property, at least one, if not more. So here come the police now. So that's a U.S. Marshal, the first one. That's a sheriff. Yeah, that's not related to this, the heavy smoke. Here, you want to grab this one? What was that? Did you say water? No. So yeah, that's not related. Yeah, we've got a cooler of water, Gatorade, and stuff to keep us hydrated. This weather was brutal. But you see, they still have their lights on, which means the scene is active. When that this officer is going to keep his on. I'm repeating this. He's going to keep his on all night. He's going to turn his off once it's time to officially quiet the perimeter down. And for those of you that were asking, what if he comes in between that officer and that officer? There's actually a little street just after the speed limit. Here comes another officer. I'll show you again in a second. So that's just another officer leaving. Um, so you see a speed limit sign. Right after that, there's another road. So there's a trooper in that road as well. So if he comes running out anywhere, they're going to see him on that road. That's why this officer's a little bit further down. But when they turn off those lights, that means that the perimeter is being going back to being quiet. Now these are all police coming through, guys. Now you can see how many people, and there are multiple ways to leave. This isn't the only exit. So because they're leaving because the push is done, but so yeah, they're still assigning posts. So it looks like they're ramping it up a little bit, but the posts are staying as is, and if anything, they're going to add more posts. And this is also a strategy because when they shut off the lights, um, he'll think that they left. They didn't. You guys saw earlier how fast the police got here. It was within 4 minutes that the helicopter was here, and the boots on the ground were here within minutes. So if there is any sighting or if there's a branch that cracks, these guys can be here within 2 minutes. Um, so they are readily available. They're going not far away. Yeah, the gas station is within the perimeter. So that's the SUV from. What did you say? You're hiding something? No, no, no. No, they were just shouting out for the stream. I guess they were watching. Every night it's going to be the same until he's caught. Yeah, so the SERT push, they thought they saw some activity going toward a storm drain where another officer was standing above. So if the suspect came out of the storm drain and looked up, he would have seen a state trooper. So they thought he was going in that direction, and apparently they were wrong. I mean, there's a chance for anything, but it's very unlikely that they have this perimeter this secure. And if they had any belief that he wasn't here, they would have cut down the manpower immensely as far as the perimeter is concerned. I'm not sure what these guys get paid an hour, but when you do the math and there's countless cars all over the perimeter and in every neighborhood, it's they have a very strong belief that he's here. And yeah, he's not going to go into a school. I mean, I'm not going to say he's not. Anything's possible, but if he killed his girlfriend in front of the kids and let them live. So, like, I compared him to Michael Myers. He's not going to, it doesn't sound like he's killing kids, but if you're a babysitter, I guess watch out. Yeah, they said there was just activity um, heading that area. They didn't say he went into a drain. Hold on, what time is it? Oh, what time is it? 12:36. I mean, at least another hour, or until that officer shuts off the lights down the road. And now there's two officers at that intersection. Let me see if I can get a little bit closer to show you guys. There's two officers at that spot now. There was only one originally, and now there are two. You guys see that? So there's two over there now rather than one. Now here comes more law enforcement. No, I think Matt went to bed. I don't see an airplane. I'm not going to say there's no way, but I mean, it's very unusual, especially with another sighting. Again, 5 of them today, back to back. I highly doubt that he left the perimeter. I'm not saying it's impossible, but if I can get Hong to go in with the CERT team, that'd be great, but I don't think they'll let us over there. I'll be here for a little while. He's monitoring the scanner and also my texts on another phone to see if any law enforcement sends me any messages. No, the updates are the sighting that was earlier from the 5 different homeowners. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a stressful situation, especially for the neighbors. Every day probably feels like a week to them, and it's unfortunate for sure. So that guy was a lot. Eric Freen was like a special breed of survivalist. That guy was very, very. I mean, he was leaving like his feces for them to find on trails. Like he was a very wild. Um, that guy was a wild manhunt. He was like leaving clues behind. That guy was very. I don't know if he was ex-military. Yeah, that's annoying. I don't know why it's doing that. Does that mean the radio that they're coming through is dying, or is that a setting? Yeah, no, I'm not scared. It was around 6 o'clock when they thought they saw him. The 5 neighbors. My opinion is that he's still in the perimeter. They won't accept anything. We tried yesterday to give them some like Gatorade or snacks. They don't. They didn't accept. They can't. They said. So one neighbor saw him on Lenape Road, which is right up the. We're on Lenape Road here. It was 1875. It's about 30 seconds up this way. He was running through the woods to our left. So where that guy is, those woods, he was seen running through those woods. And then he wound up on Water Glen again. And 4 neighbors called the police um, with different addresses, provided their addresses. And it, it seems like, I mean, with that many neighbors, I'm sure we'll see new ring footage, which is going to be a question that everybody asks tomorrow at the press conference. I won't even have to ask like or go to that because they're going to ask about the ring footage, or maybe they'll just release the ring footage overnight. But I'm sure that they have new ring footage. If there were 5 sightings, there's no way they don't have ring footage. because I believe the one sighting, as Hong was saying, the initial sighting where he was where they called 911 because somebody was running through the woods, that was the home where they obtained the original ring footage. So that homeowner has a camera. I'm not sure if it's going to reach to the woods, but he'll be seen on Water Glen at the very least, you know. Yeah, they can leave. Well, every car that comes isn't being searched because why would they bring him into the perimeter? But once you leave the perimeter, your car is getting searched. So if you enter here, you're not going to get searched. But when you exit anywhere, you're going to get searched. I don't think they'll change the perimeter. If anything, they narrowed it down, but they're keeping it as is, I would imagine. So the light won't. The way those woods are, it's so dense. Um, you won't get much light from the spotlight. What's up? What do you think? Yeah, so I mean, the perimeter is probably going to stay as is. Here comes another officer leaving. If he doesn't, we have to be. So they're making a U turn. That trooper's making a U turn. Sorry, guys, I'm just shooting a text over to a resident. Yeah, you guys see another trooper coming out. There's a lot of them, at least three, four, five. Well, they're not coming out. They're actually. Well, he just hit the roadblock, so they're going down this road. All of them are going down this road, with the exception of. So that was a Fed, but those guys are going down the road. The state police. Yeah, there are two troopers up the road with the lights on, and the other ones just like disappeared. I can't see them at all, so I don't know if they turned. I can't see them. Okay, so the trooper to our right, he turned off his lights. Those guys turned off their lights, but their tail lights are still on. So the trooper is still down there. You guys can see his tail lights, but he turned off his police lights. This one has his police lights on down there, and this one's gonna keep him on all night. Now, what's interesting is he turned off his police lights, but it looks like there's a spotlight right there. Can you guys see that? You see how lit up that brush is right there? So it looks like there's a spotlight on right there from the police officer over there. And it is a spotlight. I see it now. You could see it's coming from his car, and it's lit up right there. That is lit up in comparison to this. You see this, and then you see that. So that's lit up. We have some troopers coming up this way. So he's heading that way. This one is stationed there for a minute. They're going to talk probably. But the spotlight is still on right there. Interestingly, I can see more spotlights. So there are more police cars down there. There are more with spotlights on further down. Now the spotlight is off. That was West Goshen Police. For you guys that aren't from the area, that's not too far. So that's another Stady going up that way. But you can see the how dark it is without headlights. You see the difference without headlights. Let me show you guys in case you want to take a screenshot. Um, it's dark, very dark. But now I can probably show you a little bit better. And that trooper is going. So they're replacing. I guess he's taking the post. Yeah. So they're relieving this officer. So he's being relieved and replaced with another one. Stay safe. Thank you. So they relieved him for the night. Now this could be a weird tactic because he's got his lights on. This guy's going to keep his lights on. It's a traffic thing, so nobody goes into the perimeter. Um, and he's got his spotlight on again, as you guys can see. Yeah, we all felt connected to him. That's how it is out here. I mean, we kind of get a bond with a lot of these guys. Now, he shut off his lights, you see, but there's a trooper in front of him that has no. Okay, he's gone too, like light wise. So he's gonna back up and hide, but he's staying there. But he turned off his police lights. It it looked like it shut off briefly when that one car was driving by. Maybe it didn't. I guess I'll have to check later. But it looks like he did shut it off briefly. Oh, now he's got his lights activated again. So he, anything is possible. Like I'm not gonna say for a fact that he's here, but I strongly believe that he's here. Given the Pennsylvania State Police's history, they're not gonna put this much manpower in one location if he's not here. So I do believe he's in the perimeter, and that's just what I believe. Is it possible he left? Yes, because it broke out of prison. So anything is possible. But it's very likely, more likely than not, that he is in that perimeter. So this guy's been relieved too for the night. It's probably close to 1, I would say. So here come more. That's a trooper. Yeah, they're not leaving. They're switching. They're being relieved, which means that the next shift is coming in, and they're going to remain here on. Like it's a 24/7 operation. They're not going anywhere. So for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until they find him, there's going to be this perimeter. And it's not just the perimeter. Again, let me remind you guys that it's inside the communities as well. There are several communities, about 271 homes, I think I heard at the press conference. They all have police in the neighborhood, and specifically on Water Glen Lane and Road, they have police officers on the backyard decks um, posted. So it's not just in their car, they're sitting on decks, they're laying down on decks. So you have to take that into account too. So if he is seen walking through a neighborhood at night, an officer will see him through a backyard. They're sitting there. During the day, they're not doing that because it's unusual for him to move during the day, with the exception of today. Something must have spooked him if it was him, and he made some moves. I mean, we can't say 100%, but 5 neighbors from different homes calling the police it's pretty likely. And again, we will find out if there are ring cameras that captured him. We're not going to know that tonight, but we'll know it tomorrow. So if tomorrow, if we see a ring camera that shows him, that'll solidify the fact that he is in the perimeter. Obviously, if they show a ring camera again tomorrow, I'm hoping they do show a ring camera again tomorrow, so that way we know he's in the perimeter, um, which would be great. It would be great evidence that he's there. If we don't see any, that would be a little bit unusual, and it would raise a couple of flags as to how is he able not just to evade police, but also uh, technology, the ring camera, and any surveillance. And you guys were watching live when you saw this all unfold and how massive the response was. And we had a good angle today to see it unfold from here and Water Glen, and also at the other intersection at the other side. So we're trying to get you guys as many angles to show the activity as possible, just so everybody knows that lives locally at least. It's more about, especially for the locals, they need to know that the area is heavily monitored. He does not have a firearm. That is a pretty as close to a fact as it gets. If a firearm was stolen, uh, people in this neighborhood, as you heard Matt say, many of them don't have firearms. But if they do, I highly doubt they're going to be unregistered or they're going to be straw purchased. So if a firearm was missing, they would have reported it to the police, and that would have been something of immense public safety, and they would have told everybody. Now, what he hypothetically could have done is taken a knife or knives from the home that he burglarized for food, because nobody really keeps track of how many knives they have in their kitchen, so that's kind of hard to inventory. A knife versus a gun would be reported. A knife, they might have asked the residents if any knives were missing, but how would a resident really be able to tell you that? So if they bought not like if they bought sets of knives in 2016, you want them to remember what 7 years later. So it's kind of hard um, to do that. So there's a chance that he not just a knife. I mean, it could be a hatchet, it could be a hammer, it could be something, a tool of some sort. So tomorrow, what I'm gonna do for you guys when we get here, we're gonna try to get here by 10 a.m. instead of um, afternoon. So when we get here at 10 a.m., maybe 10:30 at the latest, what we're gonna do is we're gonna set up, and since it's broad daylight, I'm gonna take you guys to the storm drain that's right behind us again. For those of you that weren't here earlier, I took some people over there, or I took the live stream over there with a lantern to try to show you. But in the daytime, I can show you the storm drain much better. The one that's right here is pretty much identical to the one that the officer was guarding. So we'll reenact basically standing on top of the drain and then looking down so you can see that how their angles are. So when he comes out of a drain, they're going if he looks up, he's going to see a trooper. We're going to show you the creeks that are surrounding this vicinity right here to our right. There's a creek. I'm going to show you guys that so you get an understanding of the area. And then also, we're going to see about